can play video games without gameplay. Available on the iPhone phone, drone, and all overpriced tablets, it's Digifarm. The mind-numbing tedium of an agrarian lifestyle combined with the soul-crushing loneliness of the internet in a game truly worth 99 cents. Digifarm. Finally, your actually watching the grass grow under your feet digitally. It's an incredible sense of achievement. Buy sprites. Feel better about yourself. Do it again. The Digi family of mobile games. It's a revolution in human interaction. It's a revolution in social.
Been waiting, I've been searching, step from to us uneven, but I do. You've been lonely, you feel hiding, step from to us uneven, but I do.
you and me. You know who you are, and you know what you are, even though you all try to deny it. Oh, not me. I just happen to be into waxed mustaches and looking like a street urchin from Charles Dickens. It's over. Move on. The party has been shut down, and your name was never on the list. Chain on you, pink is finally admit to the addiction you can blame all your other addictions and insecurities on. That's right. It's time to give juvenile accountability one in the check. 13 steps to heaven today. 13 steps to heaven. Available wherever books are still sold. Apologize for disappearing as quickly as before you did.
This documentary reconstructs the man, Yeshua ben Yosef, using historical method alone. Yeshua ben Yosef, the real life of the man known as Jesus Christ. Before doctrine, before creeds, before the Roman Empire. There was a Jewish man from Galilee.
I got jumped by this griefer and he turned out to be the best restaurant K2 player I've ever seen. He was actually farming me until I turned the tables.
Next to our energy resources, we believe in being good neighbors.
I got jumped by this griefer and he turned out to be the best restaurant K2 player I've ever seen. He was actually farming me until I turned the tables. But before the video starts, I want to ask you, have you ever wanted to build your own empire and live in breathing city right from your phone? Welcome One State, the first true open world mobile roleplay where every player you see is real. Think Los Angeles, but every corner is controlled by someone just like you. Total freedom to be wherever you want and do whatever you want. In One State, your path is your choice. Wanna protect the streets? Join the police force. Prefer chaos? You can become a crime boss. Or maybe honest work is more your style. Mine resources as a miner, chop wood, perform on stage in a local feature. You can literally do whatever you want. You can earn money by reselling vehicles, trading with players, or even taking risk in a criminal world. But you gotta watch your back, because danger is always around the corner. One moment you're in charge, the next you're locked up behind the bars. Every choice shapes your fate. Upgrade your ride, deck out your weapons, buy real estate, then watch your player-driven economy boom. One state also has a dynamic social system. Real-time voice and text chat lets you recruit alias, betray friends, or plan the next big heist together. You can support my channel by downloading One State using the link in the description or the QR code, and use my code UFITMK to get 10,000 free in-game dollars, which you can activate on their official website at onestate.com, where you'll also find exclusive offers and claim daily login rewards. Alright, now back to the video. Let's see how it all started. Bro. X and K2 Griefer. And of course he's using a person K2. Bro, what the hell? What the hell does this Bugatti guy want from me? Like I literally didn't do anything to him. Oh, look. He's coming. Well, I hope he just wants to say hi. I think he's not gonna kill me. Okay, never mind. He wants to kill me. Jesus Skull and K2 Griefer says hi. I'm dead. He's gonna get me again. I'm gonna go Ghost, because freaking hell, I have no idea how to kill upside down in P2. Actually, I'm gonna try to snag him, because I know where I am. Or he knows. Okay, never mind. Right, he actually knows. He's gonna get me. Yeah, she's using thermal vision. This guy definitely knows who I am. Just wants to destroy me. Yeah, look. Now he's just leaving. I bet he's gonna post this score on some Discord server saying, look, I destroyed you, UP. Yeah. Oh, hold on. You can't be the real one, lol. Why? Because I'm not killing myself to your oppressor? I don't care, bro. was close. Okay, this guy is dangerous, not gonna lie. He knows what he does. That was close again. Okay, okay, I'm gonna fly away because I will never get him. He's really good with it. No, 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 please don't. Uh, Come on, go for it, go for it. Nice one. Oh, let's go, let's go, let's go. That's a good spawn. We can survive, we can survive. Please don't get me now. Please don't. Who's this? Perfect. What the hell? Bro, this guy is insane. No, no. Please don't. Don't. Perfect. Yeah, I'm safe again. What? This guy is the best upside down MK2 player I've ever seen. What was that shot? What? Bro, what the hell is that type of shit? Holy shit! Did you see that? Holy shit, bro. No way. I literally sniped him and he got on his oppressor again. Great lag. Oh, no, 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 no. Bro. Random chill. Oh, let's go. 1-8. There we go. He was trying to corner pick me. Oh, that ain't gonna work against me, buddy. That's my tactic. Easy. Because when this piece of shit is gonna die. Right? Oh, no, no, no. Thank you, Rachel. Come on, bro. I'm not even strafing. Easy. Oh, no. Nice. Hi, Rat. Oh, Yeah, it's dangerous. I have a plan. Watch. He's gonna shoot. And now I'm gonna pick. And he's dead. That worked perfectly. How are you gonna dodge this, buddy? Yes, sir. You want. And that's pretty. Wait, I can. Wait, what if I'm gonna fake into. Look. He doesn't know that I'm here. On the second floor. He's probably gonna shoot ground. Buddy, what are you doing there? There we go. 9-9. I'm gonna try to use the same tactics again. No. I'm not there. Wait, if I just gonna bounce of the trailer and kill him. This worked again. Now my turn. Oh. Who's this? What? Who the hell is this guy? Oh my god, no. Nice! I lost my beastie. Friggin' hell. How am I supposed to get it now? It's right near them. It is Jesus. I can. Yeah, I can use it. Nice. This I'm gonna take beastie. I gotta. Oh, no. Come on, kill yourself. Oh, I can take it. Nice. What? He literally sends himself into heaven. Look at this dude. He's actually struggling to kill me when I'm using third person strafe. Easy. Oh my god. His phone is so bad. Literally. Falling between them. Too easy. Yeah, here, right? Got him. Yeah, not again! What's going on? Freaking NPCs. What? Okay, he's gonna catch this one. Yes. Okay, so you don't wanna pick me? Then it's my rocket. Oh, that's crazy that I'm still destroying him while using third person strafe. I didn't expect it. Oh no. Oh, please not this. He's using a pressor again. Alright, I'm gonna go away. Oh no. He's coming back. I don't have to choose. I gotta hide. I have an idea.
How can I be of service? I can get it scrambled for a minute.
It's time to rethink what a complete multivitamin can do. Like support you as you perfect a new trait. Taking Centrum Silver daily may slow cognitive aging up to 60%. Rethink cognitive aging with Centrum.
In the beginning, we had to make a choice. But what we didn't realize was how far we were willing to go.
As an older adult, I didn't want to spend all my time binge watching television, so I said, let me go back to school. I have a son who actually also graduated from the Purdue Global Program. He did it. I'm like, oh, I can do it too. I'm the most proud that I was able to accomplish a goal that I set in place for myself. This is my comeback. Start yours today at PurdueGlobal.edu.
I'm just gonna rush him. Because he's not gonna expect it. What a dumbass, dude. Oh no. He shoot my tire! Okay, still have 30 seconds. Nice. Oh no. She's gonna beat me with a minigun. Got him. Double kill. Yeah, look at this rat. When he's losing, he's taking his oppressor again. Yeah, go for it. I'm gonna hide. He always knows where I am. Look, he's just flying around. Yeah, he's using eternal vision again. I really need to get to my night shark. No. Please don't. Dude. Come on, go. Go. Oh, nice. I can do it. I can make it to the city. Once. I thought I'm gonna dodge it. Uh, Ooh, got him. What a shot. Did him. Ah. Hi, buddy. Nice. Oh, that was nice. No, bro. I'm not gonna fall for the same trick twice. Trust me. Oh, come on, you can do it. And barrel straightened. Nice. That guy's ass. Oh, no, no, no. He's gonna corner pick me with a minigun again. Yeah. I'm out. But live it, live it, live it. Bro. No, I'm not. Nice. He's not even shooting at me. Oh, no. Oh, right again. Bro, why are you taking the presser? Nice. What a snipe. Look at this, look at this. I'm gonna get him. I got two. Nice. That was beautiful. Oh, okay. It's catching up. Alright, buddy. Trolling time is over. I'm gonna play serious. No, no, no. Ah. Bro. Was he trying to kill me with a minigun from that distance? That's so dumb. He didn't expect me to play this good. So he evos now. Nice, bro. You finished my kill streak. Bro, really? She took a presser again. Freaking rat. I hope I can make it to the bridge. This guy is so bad at sniping. So he has to use the presser again. Yeah, how can you get me here? I will try to railgun him again. Yeah, it actually works pretty good. He can upside down a presser. Sneaking up. Easy. Oh, I thought he was gonna railgun me, but it worked. Nice. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead now. Yep. What the hell? Oh, come on, cops, get him. Yes, now we can finish. Right. Right, now he's gonna snake up again. Oh, even killed himself. Yeah, back to snaking, right? Oh, never mind. That. Perfect. Here. Oh, that's a bad spot. Yes, sir. Oh, that's what he's gonna use minigun against me. Nice flick. Alright. Alright. Finish him with a minigun. Yep. Easy, bro. Why you can't use my tactics against me? They're on a minigun. Oh, where's my BSD? Oh, he left. He left. Perfect. Damn, that was a good fight. Almost 3 hours. I already can hear the end screen song. What they say, you know, when they talk about
Since Kleinfeld got here, us cleaners have had a lot more free time. I've started a scrap collection.
I've been counting shower tiles. 6, 7.
I got scuba certified.
Bathroom's all clean. Anything else I can do?
You've done enough.
1 bottle, all clean.
I'm Bertho Assessor Damian Lara. Your notice of value should arrive any day now. Is all the information correct? Is your property assessed accurately? Know your value. Have questions or want to protest? Visit burnco.gov/assessor. We'll be happy to help.
How did the Justice League go from 7 heroes, it's overalls, all the way to having a whole army? That's right. Today we're talking about one of the greatest superhero animated shows of all time, Justice League Unlimited. Justice League Unlimited follows the original series, The Justice League. This incarnation of the hero team featured Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Flash, Martian Manhunter, who is typically referred to by his alien name, John, and Hawkgirl. They protected Earth and battled DC's baddest villains over 2 cool seasons. The sequel series Unlimited references and wraps up storylines, not only from the original series, but also other shows within the Paul Dini, Bruce Timm DC animated universe, like Batman Beyond, Superman the Animated Series, and many more. The original series ends with an epic finale, Starcrossed. Hawkgirl's alien race, the Thanagarians, try to invade Earth. Hawkgirl is revealed as one of their scouts, and she falls out of favor with the members of the League, especially Green Lantern, with whom she had a bit of a romance. In the end, she ends up aiding the League to fend off the invasion, but the fallout from her temporary betrayal was a little too deep. The League takes a vote on whether she can stay, but before the results are revealed, Hawkgirl resigns and flies away. With Hawkgirl gone, the League expands its ranks, setting up Justice League Unlimited. Episode 1, Initiation, starts about 2 years after the events of Starcrossed. Green Arrow shows what he's got by stopping a supermarket robbery. When Green Lantern appears, Nick Fury style, he teleports Green Arrow to the Justice League's rebuilt space station headquarters, Watchtower. The main members of the League are there, but he takes a look around and sees a giant lineup of additional heroes, which we just showed you in the intro. Next, Superman gives a speech outlining the League's mission for do-gooding, and all that Superman jazz. He also announces John as the coordinator for the missions. During this speech, Batman checks with Green Arrow, who says that he prefers street missions and isn't interested in joining. For the mission, John sends Lantern, Captain Atom, and Supergirl to investigate a mysterious nuclear signature moving across the country of Chiang Mai. Arrow rides back to Earth with them. Upon landing, the team is attacked by the military. Lantern blocks their rockets with a shield from his ring, then turns it into a wave that takes them out. General Kwan arrives next and tells his men to stop, but dismisses the League right after. Lantern remotely checks in with John, who tells him to come home, but Arrow isn't going to listen to him. He sneaks off to spy on the base. He notices Kwan's men evacuating peasants, and all of a sudden, a soldier's truck skids on the bridge. He saves the soldier, but unfortunately ends up revealing his position, and Kwan is pissed. Green Arrow's got bigger issues, though. Brimstone, a giant nuclear-powered robot that appears on the horizon and attacks. Arrow gives it his best shot, but come on, he's no Superman. Captain Atom, Lantern, and Supergirl are able to evacuate civilians, but the League can't do real damage to the robot. Brimstone knocks out the gang and gets away. The League regroups with Lantern sidelined due to his injuries. The remaining League members interrogate scientists who admit the machine was to protect them from foreigners. A racist robot? Alright, now I've heard everything. Anyway, the robot went berserk. The League goes to try and insert carbon rods into Brimstone, and that'll take out his reactor. Captain Atom attempts first, but the heat from Brimstone breaks his suit, causing him to flee. Supergirl doesn't do much better, so it's up to Green Arrow. He attaches a rod to an arrow and hits Brimstone in the chest. Supergirl returns for the finishing blow. Later, Captain Atom recovers, and the League assesses the mission. Lantern says that Supergirl was reckless, but still compliments her. Coming out of the locker room, Batman checks in with the League's new official member, Green Arrow. Arrow is still standoffish, but when he gets a look at Black Canary putting a stocking on, he seems to have second thoughts. Good luck with that, man. In episode 2, Batman and Wonder Woman visit the Fortress of Solitude for their pal Superman's birthday. They walk in with gifts, but their conversation is cut short when they see Superman standing frozen with Black Mercy, an alien plant attached to his chest. What the heck? Batman and Wonder Woman realize the fortress has been breached. She investigates while Batman stays with Superman. In Superman's head, he hallucinates a reality in which Krypton, Superman's home planet, had never exploded. He lives with his wife, Loana, and even has a son, Van-El. Don't tell Lois this, though. Even Brainiac, Superman's old android nemesis, is there as his computer butler. Back in the fortress, Mongol, an alien enemy of Superman, appears carrying a passed-out Wonder Woman. She wakes up and breaks out. Mongol reveals that he infected Superman with an alien plant that has psychic effects. Wonder Woman charges him, but he's too strong, while Batman begs Superman to wake up. Meanwhile, in Superman's head, Superman and his son visit Jor-El, Superman's father. During this meeting, there is a mysterious tremor. Later, he asks Jor-El about the quakes, but he's totally dismissive. Superman knows something is right. He accompanies Van-El to a telescope on the roof and admits to his son that thinks this world isn't real, and it breaks his super heart. Krypton explodes as Superman hugs his son. Superman wakes up and throws off the plant, which then attaches to Batman. He has a black and white fantasy of his father, Thomas Wayne, fighting off his assassin. Meanwhile, Superman and Mongol beat the hell out of each other. Wonder Woman sees Batman under the plant's spell, and somehow her words awaken him. He throws it off, and it attaches to Wonder Woman. Somebody's got to use some pesticides at this point. Mongol gets the upper hand, but before he can throw a boulder at Superman, Wonder Woman assaults him with Black Mercy. Now that he's out, Wonder Woman finally gives Superman his birthday present, a new breed of rose named after Krypton. In episode 3, we open with Hephaestus, the Greek god of blacksmithing, forging some armor, when Ares, the god of war, comes in and bullies him. Soon after, Hephaestus unveils the Annihilator, a menacing suit of armor. Later, Ares, in the disguise of a weapons dealer, demonstrates the suit in the city of Cosnia for a warlord. Of course, the warlord wants the Annihilator. Elsewhere, Wonder Woman stops a bank robbery while she's in her civilian clothes. She's about to use some excessive force when John summons her on a mission to check out a brewing civil war between the North and the South in Cosnia. Meanwhile, two guys get into a bar fight. They can kick some butt, even though Dove is a pacifist. Hawk is a bit more of a fighter. Wonder Woman crashes the party and brings them on the mission. In the air above, Wonder Woman flies with Hawk and Dove, who debate the nature of conflict. On the ground, the Annihilator is being used for annihilating. Hawk, Dove, and Wonder Woman join the fray. They put up a good fight, but the Annihilator is unstoppable. Wonder Woman pulls her team out to regroup. She tells them she needs to go see a man about a suit of armor, leaving Hawk and Dove in the country. Over with Ares, the warlord wants to back down, but Ares, disguised as a weapons dealer, won't let him. Ares takes over the warlord's identity. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman visits Hephaestus to find out more about the armor. He reveals that there is a weakness, but he won't tell her what it is. So Wonder Woman hits him for good measure and flies back away. In Cosnia, Dove sneaks into the northern camp and ties up Ares, whom he wants to bring to the negotiation table. Meanwhile, in the southern camp, Hawk grabs their leader, but has to stop when it falls under a northern attack, led by the Annihilator. Wonder Woman shows up and tells them all to stop. The battle only intensifies, but Wonder Woman puts together Hephaestus' clues. The most important clue being that the robot is fueled by aggression. Dove walks up to the Annihilator and doesn't raise a fist. The robot doesn't know what to do and shuts down. Ares tries to rally the warring forces, but this time they don't listen. Wow, we're only 3 episodes in, and they've already encountered a god. Just wait for what's next. Episode 4 is a sequel to the Superman the Animated Series episode, Legacy, and sets up an arc that'll become more prevalent in the next season. It starts with a man running from Supergirl. She corners him and threatens his life, but he has backup, which he takes out with ease. Supergirl chases the man into a building where she encounters a weird-looking robot. She takes it out, but then turns her heat vision on the defenseless man. She wakes up. It was all a dream. Bloody hell. On the watchtower, Supergirl tells John about the dream. He accesses her mind with his power, but since he doesn't have dreams, he can't interpret them. She's worried there's a chance she's actually done the things she's dreamed about, and John decides to remove her from duty, for now. Lantern and Green Arrow try to console Supergirl. The Question, a noir-looking conspiracy-obsessed hero, has different ideas. He thinks this could be connected to a massive conspiracy. He reminds Supergirl that the gap in her memories is when she was treated at Star Labs, when she was injured during an incident where Superman was brainwashed by the baddest villain, Darkseid. Arrow thinks the Question is insane, but Supergirl decides to look into it. Supergirl heads to Star Labs with Arrow and Question. They meet Professor Hamilton, a regular from Superman, the animated series. Hamilton says Supergirl never left the lab and couldn't have done anything bad. He thinks her dream was a defense mechanism, as the robot she imagined was a giant version of a small one they use at the lab. Arrow buys the story, but Question doesn't. Out of nowhere, attack helicopters and a robot appear. The League fights them off, and Supergirl notices that the robot is a Z8, which the League uses for training. The Question reveals that the League purchases the robots from General Hardcastle, who was previously in charge of fighting Superman's attack. They find Hardcastle living in isolation. They get him talking, and he reveals that the military has been experimenting with metahumans and monitoring the Justice League in a secret government operation, which we'll get to know as Project Cadmus. He says he retired before this new project came on board. After that info dump, the League leaves. Later, someone who looks like Supergirl with a white costume and blonde hair breaks into Hardcastle's home and presumably kills him off-screen. The look-alike calls herself Taya. Back in the Watchtower, Supergirl wakes up from a dream of the incident. Next, John calls the question and reveals that a news reporter went missing, the man from Supergirl's dream, and he goes to investigate. Meanwhile, Arrow and Supergirl infiltrate Nuvogen, the company that the reporter from Superman's dream worked at. They discover that the company experimented with Supergirl's DNA and made a clone. And if you believe this, Supergirl has a psychic link with her. They suddenly hear someone coming in and escape into a room with a holographic Metropolis. Taya doesn't want Supergirl to have a link into her mind, and so she confronts the heroes. And just like that, a fight breaks out between these two. Supergirl is putting on some work, but Taya is too strong. It doesn't look too good when Question appears and tells Supergirl that Taya has been seeing her life too, and that she could have gained empathy. Taya says hell no, and Question replies with, "Why don't you kill her right now?" She hesitates, and Supergirl uses the opportunity to strike. Far away, a shadowy figure watches this incident on camera. They get a call, then trigger the facility's self-destruct. The League gets away as the whole place blows up. Later, Supergirl calls Professor Hamilton and tells him that they searched the rubble for Taya but never found her. He tells her that he had nothing to do with the clone, and then he hangs up and goes to tend to Taya, passed out in a hospital bed. That snake! He even calls her by her full name, Galatea. Interesting. Episode 5 opens with Morgan Le Fay, a sorceress, and her son, Mordred. They uncover a mystical amulet, but Mordred takes it for himself and casts a spell that disappears all adults from the world. Meanwhile, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern are in a fistfight with a group of villains. The League knocks them out just as Mordred's spell hits. The heroes and villains are transported to another dimension. Upon arrival, Batman recognizes Morgan from the events of the Justice League. Morgan asks the heroes to help her defeat him. They reluctantly agree, and she casts a spell to send them back to Earth. On Earth, Mordred transforms an amusement park into a dark, gothic castle. The Justice League arrives, or should I say, the Junior League. Yep, they're literally kids now. The League confronts Mordred in his throne room, but he's 6 robots. Even as kids, however, the Justice League is not to be messed with. They take out the machines, but Mordred uses a trapdoor to send them to a pit. A monster charges out, who turns out to be a baby version of Etrigan, a demon who was once one of King Arthur's knights. He fights the League, but breaks down when Wonder Woman gives him a good scolding. He's just a baby after all. After that, they all rush out of there. On the surface, kids run rampant all over the medieval town. The League shuts the party down by threatening to tell their parents. Next, Batman has the League sneak up on Mordred's throne. They split up, and Wonder Woman really wants to go with Batman. Wow, I think she has a crush. Poor Supes is oblivious.
Man, somebody with like 50 different kinds of vision? You are so fine.
Anyway, Lantern tries to steal the amulet from a sleeping Mordred, but he wakes up and uses the amulet to turn into a giant. Lantern uses his ring to assume the form of a mech and faces off against Mordred, who is now in a suit of armor. This is all a distraction for Superman to steal the amulet, though, and the team throws it to each other until it reaches Etrigan, who shatters it. But Mordred isn't going down that easy. He's still too powerful for the League. The League taunts him and calls him a little boy. He decides to show them by turning himself into a grown-up, which breaks the spell and sends Mordred to the other dimension. Next, Morgan restores everything to normal. Once the dust is settled, Batman asks her what happened to Mordred. Morgan reveals that he has eternal life. In the episode's final moment, we see the dark reality. Morgan checks on her son, who unnaturally rapidly aged into a decrepit old man. Weird. Episode 6 begins with Wonder Woman and Batman on a stakeout in Gotham City. They're monitoring Intergang, a Metropolis street gang who plans to steal the Rosetta Stone, a mysterious ancient tablet. The robbery goes down, and the thief is revealed to be Circe, a sorceress and archenemy of Wonder Woman's mother. They try to stop her, but Circe turns Wonder Woman into a pig. Later at a magic show, Batman asks another Justice League member and magician, Zatanna, who first appeared on Batman the Animated Series. She tries to return Wonder Woman, or should I say Wonder Pig, to normal, but it doesn't work. She also suspects there's more than meets the eye when it comes to Batman and Wonder Woman. Wink wink. Zatanna brings them to a store with magical artifacts. She intends to get a device to track Circe. She activates it by paying a price, which all magic needs. This time, a Chinese coin. Still, the spell isn't strong enough, and it scares off Wonder Pig. They search everywhere, but can't find her. Batman calls more of the League to help. Wonder Pig is found by Buona Beast, but she escapes and runs right into a pork factory where she blends in with hundreds of other pigs. Later, Batman and Zatanna go to the literal personification of justice, Themis, who brings them Medusa, who knows Circe. She reveals that Circe has a hidden desire to perform at a concert at the ancient amphitheater on Mykonos. Zatanna teleports them there, and they locate Circe. She turns the band into animals, and they attack. Elsewhere, Wonder Pig is caught by a butcher, tied up, and put on a conveyor belt to be processed. In Greece, Batman and Zatanna fight off the animals. He suggests making a deal with Circe. She agrees, but only if Batman gives up something valuable. He replies by singing. He's a complete natural lounge singer. Who would have thought? The girls are in tears. Batman gives up his hard persona and vulnerably reveals himself. The necessary sacrifice for Circe to transform Wonder Woman back. The switch happens just in time, and Wonder Woman escapes the slaughter. Later, in the Watchtower, Wonder Woman claims she doesn't remember much, but trips Batman out by singing a bit of the song he performed. He can't help but like it. In Episode 7, Green Lantern meets via video call with the Guardians of the Universe, who are in charge of the Green Lantern Corps. Still shaken by the fallout with Hawkgirl from Starcrossed, he requests a transfer out of Earth. He is denied. At that moment, something launches at the planet called Oa, which houses the Guardians. The object breaks through the Lantern's shields and is revealed as super android Amazo, who already tussled with the Justice League in the original series. He crashes into Oa and destroys it. Wow, I was not expecting genocide in my children's cartoon show. Alrighty then. The League discovers that Amazo is headed for Earth next. Superman deduces that Amazo is targeting Earth for revenge on Lex Luthor. Meanwhile, Lex is interviewed and reveals he's a good guy now and is dying of cancer from kryptonite poisoning. Supergirl and Steel pick him up for questioning. Luthor has them taken to a barbershop, which is actually a lair filled with traps, including kryptonite, which takes out Supergirl. Luthor is about to escape when he's stopped by the Atom, not to be confused with Captain Atom, by the way. Turns out that Atom shrunk himself down and was hiding in Luthor's clothes. Atom goes full size and stops Luthor, then gives him the stolen blueprints of Amazo, so Luthor can design a powerful defense. Meanwhile, Superman and the others try to head Amazo off in space. There's a cool battle, but Amazo ultimately passes them and continues towards Earth. Back at Luthor's lab, Adam and Luthor frantically build a cannon to shoot through Amazo's defense and alter his programming. Above the skies of Metropolis, Amazo listens in to locate Luthor's position. Supergirl and other Justice League members try to stop him, but they don't do much better than the boys in space. Amazo charges into Luthor's lair and gets slowed down by its defenses. In the nick of time, Luthor and Adam complete the cannon and fire it just as Amazo enters the lab. But it doesn't do anything because Amazo already programmed itself to be immune a month ago. Damn, it's good. Back in space, the surviving Lanterns return and meet with Green Lantern. They're going to combine all their rings at once for a powerful blast. This will, unfortunately, also take out half of Earth. Amazo kicks Luthor around, and Adam shrinks them down to microscopic levels. Yet Amazo can still see Adam and Luthor. In the palm of his hand, Amazo asks Luthor what Luthor's purpose is, as Amazo has no idea of his own life meaning. The Green Lantern Corps shows up outside, but Dr. Fate, a sorcerer who joined the Justice League after the Thangarian invasion, stops them at the door and says, "Leave it to Luthor," so they reluctantly trust him. In the lab, Amazo has an existential crisis, and Luthor tells him straight up that we create our own destiny, and his doesn't have to involve destroying Earth, which is pretty valid. Amazo then returns them all to normal size as the Lantern Corps bursts through the door. By now, Amazo is a changed robot. He reveals he didn't actually even destroy Oa, but moved it to another dimension. He instantly restores it. Dr. Fate offers to help Amazo find his purpose, and the two head off. Fate brings Amazo to his home, where he has another guest, Hawkgirl. What the cliffhanger. The next episode is an interesting tale of a lesser member of the Justice League. Meet Booster Gold, a self-promoting try-hard from the future. He's in the Justice League, but the people don't really take him seriously. On the Watchtower, neither does John, who won't even send him on a mission. After he and Booster talk, Wonder Woman calls John from the scene of an attack on Mordru, a strong AF sorcerer. Booster is sent to stop him, but quickly discovers that Batman is taking the lead. While Booster, his robot sidekick Skeets, and Elongated Man are assigned to crowd control. It isn't long until Elongated Man gets summoned away to help with Wonder Woman, leaving Booster and Skeets alone. There's not much to do, but the stakes heat up when Booster helps with the fallout from an accident at Starlab. He saves Dr. Simmons, who reveals that a malfunctioning experiment turned another scientist into a mini black hole. Booster tries multiple attempts to stop the black hole guy, but none of them work out. At least he helps deliver a baby in the process. even if the mother thinks he's the Green Lantern. Next, Booster saves Dr. Simmons. They almost kiss until Skeets reveals the black hole guy is in the subway. After getting hit by a train, Booster seems to give up. Outside, Dr. Brown, the black hole scientist, grows to critical mass. He even sucks up Skeets. Booster reveals to Simmons that he was a failure in the future and only came to the present day to be somebody. She encourages him, and Booster allows Brown to suck him in, within close range. Booster attaches a collar to nullify his powers. Brown then ejects everyone he sucked into the black hole out from his chest. Oh man, that's gotta feel good. Booster reunites with the other Justice League members who have no idea his heroics. Batman even makes him feel bad about leaving crowd control duty, but he can't help but feel good when Simmons asks him out on a date, so they head off together. The next episode opens with magma creatures attacking an oil rig. Finally, in a water-based battle for Aquaman, he fights them off with support from Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman. But they're not the only heroes on the scene. Meet the Ultimen, led by Wind Dragon. These Ultimen have abilities that control different elements. Wind Dragon uses Freeze Wind, a power he didn't even know he had on the creatures. That's gonna come in pretty handy. After the fight, Wonder Woman offers them the chance to join the League, but they politely decline, except for Long Shadow, who seems to have a crush on Wonder Woman. Hey, honestly, you can't blame him. Later, the Ultimate sponsor, Maxwell Lord, gives a TV interview where he talks smack about the Justice League. Batman is super suspicious, but Wonder Woman thinks the Ultimen would be good members. At the Ultimen's headquarters, we see their dynamic. They're much more angsty and immature than their established counterparts. Lord gets a call about Wind Dragon's new power and promises to look into it. Elsewhere, Wonder Woman fights Giganta, a criminal who can change her size, and Bizarro, a crude clone of Superman, who are trying to break Gorilla Grodd out of prison. Gorilla Grodd is a genius gorilla who happens to be the Flash's nemesis. Anywho, Long Shadow shows up, grows to Giganta's size, and takes them both out. Wonder Woman is pretty impressed. Back at the Ultimates headquarters, the heroes are hooked up to testing machines. A scientist monitoring them reveals to Lord that they will die in under a year. The Doctor wants to help him, but he gets shut down by Amanda Waller, who you might recognize from one of the Suicide Squad movies, or Peacemaker, who we also have a cool video about. You should check it out. Waller says the Ultimen are expendable, and she wants a new team. Long Shadow overhears this conversation using superhearing. Later, Long Shadow leads the Ultimen deep into their headquarters, where they find clones of themselves. That's actually really messed up. They kidnap Maxwell Lord to a rooftop and confront him. The Ultimen discover that all of their memories are implanted, created to be loyal to the government. Next, they go for Waller, but the lab is totally cleared out. They lead a rampage through the building that puts civilians in neighboring offices at risk. Long Shadow summons the League, but Wind Dragon won't calm down. He and the rest of the Ultimen duel the League in an insane battle. Wind Dragon is about to kill Superman when Long Shadow convinces him to stop. Later, the Ultimen are taken back into Waller's custody, but the League won't let them take Long Shadow. Waller tells them to stay away and even calls Batman Rich Boy, implying she knows his secret identity. We certainly have not seen the last of her. Episode 10 starts with two rock climbers in Nevada. They scale a mountain to see a giant alien spaceship full of creepy spider robots. I wonder if a team of superheroes is available. General Wade Ealing investigates the crash and comes into conflict with the spiders. The Justice League arrives in full force for backup. From the Batwing, Batman drops an ice bomb on the structure that the invaders come from. The spiders flee, and the other League members squash some bugs, but they're a lot stronger than expected. John orders the Army and the Justice League to fall back so he can fire from the Watchtower's binary fusion generator, a massive cannon. He digs a freaking trench in the earth to slow the bots down. Superman x-rays the structure and realizes the spiders are replicating out of a dark art, which is composed of nanobots. Superman goes to pick up the Atom, who's mid-battle with a literal microscopic robot snake. That's totally normal. On the way, Adam tells Superman the bugs will consume matter to replicate and will eventually destroy all life on Earth. Just another Tuesday for the Justice League. Back in Nevada, it's complete chaos. The superheroes fight off the bugs, but there are so many and they keep reviving after being taken out. The new robots emerge in the form of dogs and take out the Batwing. The Justice League works together to clear the way, and it is truly an epic battle. Wonder Woman gets close enough for the Atom to shrink down and enter the structure. Inside, Atom accesses the structure's memory and determines from a computer that this is a war machine built by aliens for galactic conquest. The bots destroyed their creators and moved on to the next world. The building attacks Atom, but he's able to fend off the defenses and assault the heart directly. He squeezes one of its tentacle arteries until it ruptures. The structure shoots out gross black liquid, and all the bugs die out. The next day, General Ealing takes some samples of the alien tech. He tells Superman and Wonder Woman that he intends to use it as a contingency against the Justice League, now that he's seen the power of the Watchtower's cannon. Ending the episode on another point of tension with the military. The next episode, titled Wake the Dead, picks up some major story threads that go back to the original Justice League series. A group of university students performs a kind of ritual. Besides some lights, nothing seems to happen, but far away, Solomon Grundy, a zombie who is sometimes a hero, sometimes a villain, rises from his grave. He shows up at the school by breaking down a dorm door and grabbing one of the students. Meanwhile, in Dr. Fate's tower, Hawkgirl and Aquaman play chess, while Amazo watches. Hawkgirl is totally uninterested in the game, or anything else really. Fate gets summoned away by John to investigate the grave of Solomon Grundy, who the gang encountered in the original series. Elsewhere, we see Green Lantern in his civilian clothes as John Stewart. No, not that one. He attends his girlfriend Vixen's fashion show, who is also a member of the Justice League. Talk about a power couple. Super power couple, even. They go outside to find Grundy rampaging through town. In his first appearance, Grundy was simple and ultimately good-natured, but the college kids' ritual turned him into a complete zombie. Grundy overpowers both Green Lantern and Vixen, but Superman arrives just in time. Superman tries to reason with him, but Grundy isn't talking at all. He ends up throwing Superman far, far away. Back at Dr. Fate's tower, Fate returns and fills Hawkgirl, Amazo, and Aquaman in on the Grundy incident. Hawkgirl wants to help him before the League can kill him. She has an affinity for him from previous events. Fate opens a dimension to reunite Hawkgirl with her mace. She's finally ready to go back to being a badass. Meanwhile, Grundy hulks out on the Justice League. He even collapses a bridge, but Aquaman summons an octopus to hold it up. One car goes off the edge, and Hawkgirl flies in to save the occupants. Green Lantern is shocked to see her. Fate appears next with Amazo. Superman wants to come in swinging, but Hawkgirl wants to reason with Grundy. It doesn't work. Grundy seems to absorb the League's attacks and becomes more powerful. Hawkgirl eventually smashes him into the sewer. Grundy disappeared into the pipes. Fate says Hawkgirl's mace is the only weapon that can destroy him. She doesn't want to betray friends again, because she still has the events of the Thangarian invasion. Hawkgirl decides she has to do the right thing. In the sewer, she finds Grundy severely damaged. She gently tells him to close his eyes and strikes the final blow off screen. She walks away and faces an audience of reporters who ask about the Thangarian invasion. In private, Green Lantern reveals to Hawkgirl the outcome of the vote for her to stay in the League from Starcross. They wanted her back, with Superman being the tiebreaker. This next episode opens with the future Gotham City, which you might remember from Batman Beyond. We meet David Clinton, a scientist who claims to have discovered time travel and is stealing historical artifacts. David and his wife get into an argument, and he opens up a portal to escape her once and for all. Damn, my man was fit. Back in the present, Hawkgirl passes Wonder Woman in line at the cafeteria. Wonder Woman still doesn't trust her. At another table, Batman eats with Green Lantern. They have bro talk. Green Lantern says he's totally moved on from Hawkgirl, and Batman says he's totally not into Wonder Woman, who appears right behind him. Before they can process anything, the intruder alarm sounds, and David appears. He steals one of Batman's utility belts and jumps into a portal. Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, and Batman follow behind. They awaken the Wild West. A trio of outlaws tries to rob them, but they're easily dispatched. The heroes disguise themselves as cowboys, but Batman notably won't use a gun. They head into town. In the town of Elkhorn, they witness a standoff in a saloon, where Sheriff Manning pulls out an insane gun that sprouts multiple barrels. That's not exactly period accurate. He arrests an innocent man at the card table. Wonder Woman wants to interfere to help, but Batman says they need to focus on the time-traveling thief. She sets out to help the arrested man anyway. In the jail cell, they find David, who was imprisoned earlier, in a cell next to the arrested man, who introduces himself as a Bat Lash. The heroes interrogate David, who says Manning overtook this town and is using David's time machine to steal weapons from the future. Outside, Manning launches an assault against the League. Western DC heroes Jonah Hex, El Diablo, and Smith, the former sheriff of the town, arrive for backup. The modern and Wild West Justice League band together to head to Manning's headquarters in the desert, which is decked out in robots and machine guns. Smith goes to face Manning, whose gun does the six-barrel trick again. Each of the League shoots a barrel out, with Batman using Batarang, which clears the way for Smith to finish him off with a knife. Later, they release David, who shows them how to return to their present, but he tricks them and opens another portal that he escapes through instead. The Justice League follows. They land in future Gotham and immediately encounter Batman Beyond villains. The Jokers. Jokers surround the heroes, but backup arrives. Static Shock from a popular Warner Brothers Saturday morning cartoon, Terry McGinnis Batman, Bruce Wayne's protege from the Batman Beyond, and Warhawk, a future Justice League member, also introduced in Batman Beyond. Warhawk looks at Green Lantern and calls him Dad. What? In the last episode of Season 1, the Jokers launch an attack and they have some seriously high-tech weapons. However, they're forced to retreat. Static creates a blinding light to distract them, while Green Lantern makes a maze with his ring. That'll keep these clowns busy. Next, they head to the Justice League's headquarters, which is in a rundown high school. Terry and the future crew reveal that the Watchtower and Batcave have been destroyed, along with most of the League's personnel. We meet someone else there.
I've left now. Deal with it.
Future Bruce Wayne. He and Batman size each other up. Green Lantern notices Warhawk's wings and asks who his mother is. But come on, he knows. Wings? Aw, doesn't take a genius. Anyway, the new crew explains that David took over Gotham and rebranded himself as Lord Kronos. Even worse is his time travel made the entire space-time continuum unstable. Elsewhere, Kronos and his wife hang out on the Titanic, which he moved to the middle of Gotham. He chews out the Jokers and wonders how the Justice League found him. He tunes into the past to reveal that one of the Jokers is getting a bribe from Terry for info. Kronos sends the gang member back to the Stone Age, where he gets immediately destroyed by an asteroid. Guess you could say he's extinct. Back with the League, they start making plans for how to counter Kronos when Wonder Woman disappears mid-conversation, meaning the timeline errors caused her to potentially never even exist. Batman heads out into Gotham to solve this the old-fashioned way. He and the Justice League intimidate Ghoul, another one of the Jokers. It isn't long before he breaks and spills the beans that Kronos' wife was seen going into a pyramid. The Justice League catches up, but Green Lantern suddenly turns from Jon Stewart into Hal Jordan, a different version of the hero. They ask Kronos' wife about her husband's whereabouts, and she reveals that he's at the Elkhorn Town Jail, which is in the middle of a Roman Colosseum. They check it out, and Hal turns back into John. This is really getting complicated. Inside the jail, Kronos' wife accidentally wakes him up and the Jokers arrive for backup. They battle in the Colosseum. Static gets sucked into a time portal. Soldiers from various points in history begin to emerge, including a frickin' woolly mammoth. Terry gets electrocuted to death while future Bruce Wayne watches. Wow, that's bleak. In the midst of this chaos, Kronos fights with his wife. Batman confronts him as the sky is warped from the time shifts. Instead of helping, Kronos goes into yet another portal. Batman and Green Lantern follow suit. They catch him in transit, and Batman uploads a program to the Time Belt to stop this time travel madness. They re-emerge in the Watchtower cafeteria, and everything is back to normal, with only Green Lantern and Batman remembering what happened. Turns out the belt was reprogrammed so that David is caught in a time loop, where he is eternally fighting with his wife, as we saw at the beginning of the last episode. We move on to the first episode of Season 2. Black Canary is on a stakeout and radios her mentor, another inspired hero, Wildcat, to see where he is. He's a little busy in a meta brawl, a fight between two meta-humans. Canary can't wait any longer and moves in on her targets, whom she easily takes out. On one of the crooks' laptops, she notices live footage of a televised fight. The winner is Wildcat. Back at the Watchtower, Green Arrow is training when Canary comes in to flirt. She recruits him to help out with some personal business. They head out on Canary's motorcycle, and she reveals she wants to get Wildcat out of these dangerous meta brawls. She gets Green Arrow to buy tickets for a match from a scalper. They attend and sneak in backstage. Wildcat admits to them he's insecure due to the fact that he doesn't have powers and participates in brawls to prove himself. He won't stop fighting. Well, it looks like it's time for Plan B. That night, another match goes down. Wildcat versus Atomic Skull, a member of the Legion of Doom. But new challengers approach, Green Arrow and Black Canary. They attack the fight organizers and try to shut down the competition. The remaining meta-humans gang up on Canary and Arrow, but Canary gets them to stop by proposing a match between herself and Wildcat to the brawl's organizers. To the brawl's organizer, Roulette. If Canary wins, Wildcat quits forever, but if she loses, she'll leave him alone. In the dressing room, Wildcat tells Roulette that he doesn't want to fight Canary, as she was a former student of his. Roulette tells Wildcat that he needs to win or he's banned from meta brawls for life. In Black Canary's dressing room, Arrow has a trick up his sleeve. He uses a sleep arrow on Canary to stop her from fighting Wildcat. He's gonna take her place. The fight gets going, and Wildcat beats the living heck out of Arrow until he seems to die in the ring. Holy smokes. Black Canary, who woke up earlier, witnesses this beatdown and runs into the ring. Roulette doesn't care that somebody probably just died, and Wildcat is horrified by his actions and quits the fights. Later, Canary holds Arrow's body, and she gives him a kiss. He wakes up. Turns out he used a stun arrow on himself to trick Wildcat into making him want to stop fighting. Next, Roulette appears to say Wildcat will fight for her again. Canary replies by using her canary cry to destroy the entire arena. Back at the Watchtower, Wildcat meets with John to sort his insecurities out. All Green Arrow asks Black Canary out on a date. I sense another power couple in the making. In episode 2, Scott Free, also known as Mr. Miracle, rehearses an escape act with his wife, Big Barda, and their assistant, O'Brien. The act involves Miracle shackled in a sarcophagus, which gets frozen in a block of ice, and then smashed by a falling train car, and he's miraculously okay. But once the dust settles, Oberon is nowhere to be found. Granny Goodness, a villain from the planet Apocalypse, emerges from the shadows and says she is holding Oberon hostage. Granny tells them that since Darkseid disappeared, Apocalypse has been experiencing a power struggle between her and Veerman Wunderbar. Wunderbar captured Darkseid's sons, Caliban, whom he wants to brainwash to legitimize Wunderbar's claim to the throne of Apocalypse. Now, Granny wants Caliban for herself and thinks Mr. Miracle is the man to do this. He needs to break into the X-Pit, a supposedly impenetrable prison that Miracle escaped from as a boy. Miracle and Barda go to the Justice League for help, but John doesn't want to help, because ending the Civil War and Apocalypse will make the planet a threat again. They make to leave, but Flash is sympathetic to their cause and decides to help. Miracle, Flash, and Barda teleport to Apocalypse and easily enter the pit. There's one problem, though. The layout is totally different since Miracle escaped it. It brings back a lot of traumatic childhood memories for Miracle. Miracle and Barda fight off the pit's guards while Flash finds and releases Caliban. Flash reunites with the rest of the group, and they make their way out, dodging multiple traps. They're about to reach the exit when Wunderbar triggers the facility's self-destruct. The prison freaking explodes. Later, Granny investigates the ruins when a portal opens with Miracle, Barda, Flash, and Caliban. Granny thinks them, but says she's going to torture Oberon anyway. Caliban suddenly morphs into John. He reads Granny's mind and telepathically tells Flash about Oberon's location. He runs off and gets Oberon just in time. Barda wants to kill Granny, but John reminds her that she should stay alive to keep Wunderbar distracted with Civil War. Flash shows up with Oberon, and they teleport out of there, but without Barda getting one last punch in on Granny on the way out. Awesome stuff.
Smith's always gives you more ways to save, like low prices in every aisle. Plus, you can clip and save more with digital coupons in the app and earn fuel points to save up to $1 per gallon at the pump. Discover more ways to save big. Smith's, fresh for everyone. Just a little snack. It's protein.
What is healthy?
Get on my leg.
They're organic.
When you gotta have the healthy foods you love, and prices you love,
Hello, Tammin.
Babe.
it's not a grocery store. It's Sprouts.
Episode 3 continues with the Cadmus story arc. It starts when Amanda Waller watches Lex Luthor announce on the news that he's running for president. Little does Waller know that someone is watching her, and that someone is Batman. He confronts Waller about the work she's doing against the League. She claims that Cadmus is the people's protection against superheroes, who have zero oversight. Batman gives her a warning to not mess with the League, and she acts all tough, but is secretly shook. On the Watchtower, Batman meets with the other core Justice League members about Cadmus. Superman thinks that Luthor could be behind it, because come on, The government doesn't have the money for Cadmus. Batman says the Question is looking into it, which we'll see play out in a few more episodes. Elsewhere, Waller meets with the department heads of Cadmus, and we also see a cameo from Hugo Strange, a classic Batman. She gets updates from her underlings and is severely dissatisfied with Dr. Milo, a scientist in charge of genetic manipulation. She demotes the guy because of this. Milo responds by going to Doomsday's cell, who was lobotomized and captured in a previous Justice League episode. Milo reveals to Doomsday that he is actually a clone of Superman, who was brainwashed to hate him by the Cadmus crew. Doomsday says he'll help Milo if he's released, then go back to his original goal, killing Superman. Upon getting released, he immediately turns on Milo and rampages out of there. Meanwhile, Superman is with Wonder Woman and Flash, saving an island population from a volcanic eruption. It isn't long before Doomsday shows up and attacks what they're fighting, almost destroying the volcano. News of Doomsday's escape gets back to Waller, and she is mad. She sends General Ealing to take care of Doomsday. He decides to launch a nuclear missile with a kryptonite warhead right at the island. The Justice League directs the missile from the Watchtower. Batman calls Waller on a hidden line that is supposed to receive calls only from the White House. He tells her to call the missile off. Batman could tell from her tone that she didn't know Ealing was going to do this. Since Captain Atom is busy, Batman leaps into action. He hops onto a Javelin jet and flies off. Meanwhile, Waller chews out Ealing. Ealing says it's too late and he can't stop the missile. This is getting really out of hand really fast. Batman tries to shoot down the missile with no success, so he charges the Javelin with its own magnetic field, grabs the missile, and steers it safely into the ocean. Batman ejects, but gets caught up in a massive tidal wave. On the island, Doomsday is doing his thing and beating the piss out of Superman. Superman responds by throwing him into the volcano, causing it to fully erupt. Good thing the population got out. Later, Doomsday, now imprisoned in cool magma, is put on trial by the League. Superman asks Doomsday what he knows, but Doomsday is blinded by his Superman hate. Superman sends him to the Phantom Zone, an alternate dimension used by Kryptonians, as a prison. Meanwhile, Batman recovers from this ordeal, and he's honestly mad at Superman for making the decision of sentencing Doomsday without oversight. The episode ominously ends with another Lex Luthor presidential campaign. The next episode, Task Force X, is a unique break in the formula. At Belle Reve Correctional, Deadshot, a villain deadly sniper, is headed off to his execution when someone new comes in the room at the last minute and gives papers to the warden. Deadshot leaves with this new guy. On the drive out of there, the stranger introduces himself as Colonel Rick Flag, who wants Deadshot to assist in a top-secret mission. And again, if you've seen a Suicide Squad movie, you would know where this is going. Flag tells Deadshot that he has been injected full of nanobots that will kill him unless he follows orders. The mission is simple. Break into the Justice League Watchtower. They arrive at a warehouse previously owned by Lex Luthor and decked out in anti-superhero tech. Deadshot will be a part of the Task Force X, composed of Plastique, Captain Boomerang, and the Clock King, all-powerful death row inmates. They will be freed from prison if they are successful. The plan is to infiltrate the Watchtower while in disguise as staff. I didn't know they had staff. How do you apply for that job? What are the benefits? Anywho, they plan to strike at a time only when Green Lantern, Captain Atom, and John are on board. Later, they begin the scheme by taking out some of Watchtower's staff members, and Task Force X are teleported up. Once on board, Flag takes out the facility's cameras using a device hidden in his glasses. Next, Plastique sets off a bomb on the reactor to cause a distraction, while Boomerang breaks into the League's vault where you might recognize some artifacts from previous adventures. Meanwhile, Flag finds his target, the Annihilator robot from Season 1. At the same time, Captain Atom goes to stop the reactor leak. He tells John that it was done intentionally. Task Force X makes its way out alongside the Annihilator. They encounter some B-list superheroes and take them out pretty easy. John attacks next and stops them, but the activated Annihilator is too strong. He tears John in half, which won't kill him, but it'll slow him long enough for their escape. John recovers in time and finishes the Annihilator off, but Plastique forces him to retreat by threatening to bomb one of the passed-out Justice Leaguers. They head to the teleportation system, but at the last second, Captain Atom shows up and tackles Plastique. The bomb goes flying, and Deadshot shoots it to detonate. All of Task Force X escapes except Plastique. Later, Flag gives the Annihilator to Waller and Tala, another Project Cadmus member, who will become important. Deadshot says his goodbyes, but the party is cut short by Flag, who hits him and says he has 5 years left in Task Force X. On the Watchtower, John finds out that Vance, a bridge crew member, was leaking info to Cadmus using an anti-telepathy device. How could they trust anyone? Episode 5 follows up on the Justice League episode Paradise Lost. We start with Tala trying to remove Annihilator's aggression-centered weakness. Felix Faust, a dark sorcerer who's trapped in a mirror, observes. Faust says he knows the solution, but it's a trick. Instead, he confines Tala to the mirror, inhabits the armor of the Annihilator, and stomps out of there. On the Watchtower, Flash tries to get Wonder Woman and Hawkgirl to get along, but it doesn't go too well. Wonder Woman goes to a room and sees Hermes, who tells her she has important goddess business. Apparently, Faust is free and took over Hades' throne in the underworld. The balance between Olympus and Tartarus is off, and it's affecting all the magic-using members of the League. Wonder Woman realizes that since Hawkgirl's mace can deflect magic, it might be the most effective weapon here. She sneaks into Hawkgirl's room to steal it, but gets caught in the act. Hawkgirl decides to accompany her instead. They head to Wonder Woman's home, the Themyscira, where Wonder Woman is exiled for previously bringing a male member of the Justice League there to save it. Hippolyta, queen of the Amazonians, heads them off at the gates, but Wonder Woman convinces her that she needs entry. Hippolyta agrees and even upgrades Wonder Woman's armor. They face demons on the island, but the villains back down when they mistake Hawkgirl for an angel. The team heads to Tartarus, the underworld in ancient Greece. Wonder Woman uses her golden lasso on a demon, which forces it to tell the truth. The demon leads them to Faust's location, Hades' library. They face Faust, but he easily overpowers them and sends them through a hole in the ground. Later, they find Hades, chained to a rock, and decide to free him. Next, they return with Hades and attack, which destroys the library. Hawkgirl's mace is able to do some damage to Annihilator, until Faust gets the upper hand. He begins to crush Hawkgirl, but Wonder Woman grabs the mace and hits him pretty hard. The armor is destroyed, and Faust's soul drifts away, which Hades picks up to torture later. Hawkgirl and Wonder Woman return to Themyscira, where Hippolyta finally ends Wonder Woman's exile. That night, at a farewell banquet, Wonder Woman and Hawkgirl put their differences aside, even if they're not going to be besties. Episode 6 fights Huntress, a martial arts-based member of the Justice League, infiltrating mobster Stephen Mandragora's home. She sneaks in and fires her crossbow at his bed, but he's not there. Suddenly, she's teleported back to the Watchtower, where John is pissed. She defied orders and argues with John. He fires her from the League right then and there. Damn, he is no nonsense. On her way out, she encounters the Question, who is still on the Lex Luthor Cadmus investigation from a few episodes back. She convinces him to help her find Mandragora, in exchange for what she knows about Cadmus. Mandragora is living it up in a safe house ahead of a court appearance, with Green Arrow and Black Canary, who are officially dating now, help the feds to keep watch. Mandragora is a complete bastard, and he taunts them both, which gets Canary to hit him. The heroes get sent outside. Canary and Arrow post up outside to keep watch, and it isn't long before Huntress and Question arrive. There's a big battle between the duos. Question gets taken out by Green Arrow, and Black Canary and Huntress fight for longer, but Black Canary has been holding back. So when she gets serious, she takes out Huntress. At the same time, members of Mandragora's crew break in dressed as cops. They break Mandragora out, destroying the safe house on the way. Next, Question and Huntress follow clues to the docks with Canary and Arrow secretly tracking them. Question reveals that he knows why Huntress has it out for Mandragora. Her dad was a mob boss who was killed by Mandragora in front of her. She's wanted revenge ever since. And in that moment, Question notices Canary and Arrow following them on a motorcycle. Both duos reach the docks at the same time. Arrow and Canary go after Mandragora, but he easily fights them off. Huntress gets the drop on him. Mandragora gives up, expecting to be returned to custody, but Huntress has other plans. She's about to kill him when Mandragora's son runs in and hugs him. He tells Huntress that his son was recently rescued from a rival gang, and he intended to escape and assume a new identity for them both. Huntress then sees him as a father, and she doesn't have it in her to kill him. She knocks him out and returns him to custody instead. Later, Huntress asks again why Question helped her for real, considering he deduced that she knew nothing about Cadmus. He admits that he likes her. OMG. Question has a crush. She gives him a big kiss and they go for some alone time. Black Canary is hilariously grossed out by this. Next, episode 7 catches up with our good friend Lex Luthor. But first, with Superman busy, Batman has to call the League's newest recruit, Captain Marvel, for backup, on a case. Shouldn't he be named Captain DC? Anyway, he saves the day, but hams it up for the reporters after, including Lois Lane, and makes a joke about Lex Luthor's presidential campaign. He flies back home and says the magic word, Shazam, and turns into his true self, a 10-year-old boy named Billy Batson. Later, on the Watchtower, Captain Marvel fanned out in front of the League. Superman brings him before the original members and rages about Marvel's behavior with the reporters. Damn, you do not want Superman mad at you. Marvel's comment on Luthor has been spun up into an endorsement. Marvel pushes back and says he believes Luthor can be reformed. Superman is like, no, shut up, and tells him to not talk to the press about sensitive matters, like Luthor, unless the League approves. Later, Superman watches Luthor on a talk show, and he unveils his new project, his Lexor City, a safe city for low-income residents. Captain Marvel comes by and watches the interview too. Luthor plays nice and invites Superman to the opening of Lexor City. After a mission fighting villains with Batman, Superman is contacted by Professor Hamilton regarding a theft from Star Labs of weapons grade kryptonite. Superman thinks it's Luthor, but Batman isn't too sure. Batman heads to the Watchtower to investigate, while Superman goes to the Lexor City opening to monitor Luthor. During the event, Superman overhears Luthor and his bodyguard, Mercy Graves, scheming and talking about an escape route. Superman x-rays underneath Lexor City and finds a potentially dangerous device. He orders everyone to clear out ASAP, causing widespread panic. Luthor says that Superman saw the power source, which could explode if tampered with. Superman doesn't buy it, and Billy, who's in the audience, Shazams his way into Captain Marvel and tries to calm down Superman. Supes is so mad, though, that he literally shoves Marvel to the side. Wow, I've never seen Superman this angry. He starts to tunnel towards the machine, but Marvel isn't going to take it. He fights Superman in a battle captured by national television. In Snyder style, Lexor City gets destroyed. Marvel grabs Superman and strikes him with lightning, but eventually Superman dodges a lightning strike, which turns Marvel back into Billy. Superman gags him and then melts the energy device right before it goes off. Later, the Atom arrives to check out this device, and he says Luthor was actually being honest. So Superman apologizes to Luthor and says that the League will pay for all the damages. But Luthor weirdly doesn't seem upset. On the Watchtower, Captain Marvel calls a meeting with the League's founders, and when he puts Superman on blast, his hero image of this team is shattered, and he quits. Superman agrees with Marvel and is disillusioned. Batman thinks it was a setup. In Metropolis, Luthor meets with an unseen companion and admits the entire incident was to make the League look bad. He toasts the other person, who is revealed as Amanda Waller. It's another day for the Justice League when they receive a distress signal from alien miners, who uncovered a dangerous element on a moon. Turns out it's myth metal, which is the same material as Hawkgirl's mace. Hawkgirl wants the job, but John also sends Vixen to accompany her. Green Lantern doesn't love his ex and current GF going on a mission together, but he has to deal with it. Hawkgirl now prefers to be known by her alien name, Shira. Vixen and Vigilante board a spaceship for the moon. When they land, the miners and the metal are nowhere to be seen. They investigate the mine, which turns out to be a hologram. Enemies fire on them and destroy their spaceship. The attackers are Thanagarians, led by Parandal, out of revenge on Shira for her actions in the Thanagarian invasion of Earth. Dull tells Hawkgirl that the Thanagarians were taken over by another alien species following her actions. Shira, Vixen, and Vigilante hide out, but Shira is emotionally crushed. She wants to turn herself in, but her teammates say absolutely not. Vixen makes fun of her for a little, and Vigilante, wounded by the Thanagarians during the attack, openly hates her species. The Thanagarians show up again and take Vixen. Shira and Vigilante get away, and Shira decides to surrender. She leaves, and Vigilante traps a Thanagarian and makes him reveal the location of the group's spaceship. Shira flies up to meet Parandal and gets arrested. Cracker, a lieutenant from the previous Earth invasion, who is now insane, drops Vixen from the sky. Vigilante swoops in to catch her fall. Shira takes out the Thanagarians and joins the League. Back at the Watchtower, Vigilante gets healed while Shira and Vixen head off for a private talk. Green Lantern is freaked out, but really they're just chatting it up over a drink. Girls can be friends. It's allowed. Alright, episode 9 picks up on Question's investigation and begins the 4-part finale of the Cadmus arc. Mantis, a new god from Apocalypse, attacks Metropolis. He puts up a fight, but Superman and Captain Atom send him teleporting back to wherever he came from. More importantly, Superman is late for a date with Lois. He flies off with her while Captain Atom is contacted by General Ely. He tells Captain Atom that he's being reinstated in the Air Force and he has to choose country or Justice League. Superman and Lois try to have a romantic date, but she can't help but hide that the League's behavior, with no oversight, is making the general population nervous. Superman defends the League's actions as being for the good of the people. Lois says she knows, but he needs to assure the public's trust. Elsewhere, Question and Huntress steal a USB of top-secret government files for his investigation. After she wants to go on a date, but he said it's going to be weeks before he cracks the files. So, buddy, don't fumble this bag. In the end, he gives her that date. At the Cadmus headquarters, Luthor is seen by Professor Hamilton, who reports that his cancer from kryptonite is gone. that is mysterious. Back with Question, he finally cracks into the documents and checks them out. He sees footage of an alternate dimension version of Superman killing President Luthor in retaliation for the Flash's death. Question gets obsessed and thinks that these events will play out in his dimension, and that the ensuing war between the Justice League and the humans will destroy the entire planet. Huntress asks what's up, but he runs away, leaving her to see the footage. Later, Question questions Superman, who swears he won't do all that stuff in the footage. Question doesn't believe him, and he sets out to change history by killing Luthor before he can win the presidency. Question infiltrates LexCorp, but Luthor fends him off with super strength that even he didn't know he had. He confesses to Question that the presidential campaign is all a part of the plan. Question is arrested by Cadmus and tortured by Dr. Moon, a criminal surgeon who's allied with Cadmus, on the secret files that Question took earlier. Question does end up talking, but mostly about unrelated conspiracies. Meanwhile, Huntress kidnaps Jimmy Olsen, Clark Kent's friend and co-worker, and makes him contact Superman. They track Question's comlink to a dump, but when they get there, he's nowhere to be found. Superman doesn't want to help Huntress, as an assault on Cadmus would be legally questionable, but Huntress talks him into it. Superman agrees to help covertly. Well, not so covertly. They smash into Cadmus and fight some guards. Superman finds Dr. Hamilton there and confronts him, but Hamilton doubles down on needing protection against superheroes. Superman leaves in anger. Next, Superman and Huntress break Question out of his cell. As they try to leave, they are stopped by Captain Atom, who's now acting on behalf of the government. Episode 10 continues this saga. At Cadmus, Captain Atom fights Superman and does serious damage by hitting him with Red Sun energy blasts. At the same time, Huntress escorts Question and calls the Watchtower from Superman's comlink for a teleport. Eventually, Superman goes hard on Captain Atom and almost breaks his suit. Supes then picks up his body and takes him to the Watchtower. On the Watchtower, Superman catches up with Question in the infirmary and assures him that he's not going to kill Luthor. Question thinks Cadmus might be able to coax him into it. Next, Superman tells Supergirl that Dr. Hamilton is a traitor. They start to assemble a team to beat Cadmus, but John and Green Arrow stop them because attacking Cadmus is technically against the law since they are a part of the government. On Earth, Luthor gets a call from Amanda Waller about Question's escape. She claims that if Question compromises Luthor in the project, he's out. Luthor suspiciously doesn't seem to care and presses enter on his computer. Back on the Watchtower, the team debates on what to do next. The debate is interrupted when the computer suddenly decides to fire the Watchtower's massive cannon. John tries to stop it, but he can't get access. Superman flies outside to block the blast, but it's too late. The cannon fires on him. The blast hits the condemned building that houses Cadmus headquarters, causes a shockwave that devastates the city. The force of the blast drains the Watchtower's power completely. John sends Flash and a rescue team to Earth to assist. Next, John gets a call from the President. John swears the League wasn't responsible. After all that, the President gets a call from Waller, who says the facility was evacuated before the blast. Phew. Waller advises the President to retaliate, but he wants to think about it first. On the site of the explosion, the League rescues civilians, but the civilians turn on the heroes when rumors of the League firing the cannon spread. Over at the new Cadmus headquarters, Waller orders Galatea to command an army of Ultimate villains for an assault on the Justice League. Episode 11 picks up right where the previous installment left off. Professor Hamilton installs a telepathic link to Galatea and a new Ultimate army who are completely subservient. Galatea flies off and says goodbye to Hamilton, who she calls Daddy. Holds back tears. On the Watchtower, the crew works to turn on the power. They get a report from Flash on the public distrusting them. Superman calls a meeting with the founders except Batman and Flash, who are hurt. The League decides to give itself up for arrest to regain public trust. They call Flash, who agrees, but Batman is like, hell no. He wants to track down who framed them instead. He also reminds them that he never officially joined and isn't obligated to their rules. Man, Batman is the coolest. On the Watchtower, missiles attack and create a hole that allows the Ultimate and Galatea to enter. She orders them to kill everyone. At Cadmus, Amanda Waller and General Ealing launch the attack. Batman appears and confronts Waller, and he tells her to investigate Lex Luthor, as he's the only one that's capable of hacking the Watchtower. And she's not so sure. On the Watchtower, it's a full-on war. Even the human staff join in the fight. Huntress, Question, and Captain Atom join the fray. Galatea tries to sabotage the ship's reactor, but Supergirl arrives to stop her. Galatea is strong, but Supergirl rattles her, saying she's not even a real person. Galatea really crashes out after that. At Cadmus, Waller investigates Luthor and quickly discovers that was behind the cannon blast and has been stealing devices from Cadmus. He used their asses. Waller calls Galatea and calls off the attack. She doesn't listen and keeps going at Supergirl. The power restores and Supergirl rips out a part of the reactor and rams it through Galatea's stomach, shocking her brutally. On the bridge, the Ultimen are defeated and the crew cheers. In the reactor room, Galatea is left burnt and twitching. And this is the last time we see her in the series. If you ask me, I think she freaking died. In Luthor's lab, he puts the finishing touches on an old android based on Amazing. He's about to transfer his consciousness into the robot when Batman arrives to stop him. Batman realizes that the Cadmus incident is a cover for Luthor's real plan, becoming superpowered. Luthor says, "Hell yeah, I'm gonna kill Superman." Batman goes to kill the android, but Luthor, now strong, throws Batman out of the window. Meanwhile, Luthor goes back to the consciousness transfer when Waller shoots a gun that Luthor designed, which disintegrates the android. She's got backing. The 7 Justice League founders. Despite the odds, Luthor won't give up, but out of nowhere, he falls to the ground. His body mutates with tentacles and 3 dots on his chest. A face emerges from his stomach, a familiar face for Superman, the Brainiac. The Cadmus arc concludes in episode 12, Divided We Fall. Brainiac, popping out of Luthor's chest, says he inserted a microscopic copy of himself inside Luthor years earlier. Now he's grown and controls Luthor. He also cured Lex's cancer and got him shiny new superpowers. The League has heard enough and attacks Brainiac Luthor, otherwise known as Luthor. He's strong as hell. The building converts into robots that capture the League. John phases out of the confines and frees the rest of the League by smashing the confines. Brainiac tries one more assault by turning the top of the LexCorp tower into a ship, but Superman and Green Lantern take it out. When the dust settles, they realize Brainiac is nowhere to be found. Turns out he escaped into the sewer. Brainiac tells Lure that he was just a host and will be destroyed once he serves his purpose. Luthor says once Brainiac digitizes the entire world, he'll have no goal and stop functioning. He offers to help Brainiac find a life purpose.
Old Spy Swagger's got me saying, bye-bye, boyhood.
Welcome back. How can I help?
Open the first listing and tell me how it compares to similar recently sold homes.
At $479 per square foot, this home is valued above the local average.
I'm Bernardo Assessor Damian Lara, encouraging property owners in Bernalillo County to know your value. Your notice of value is arriving soon. Make sure you're getting all the tax savings you deserve. Questions? Call us, drop by, or visit bernalillo.gov/assessor.
The championship word is eat more chicken. EATMORCHIKIN. Eat more chicken.
Correct.
Just like he did with Amazo earlier. Elsewhere, the League meets with Waller and determines that since Brainiac is made of nanotechnology, he will go to Cadmus to access the old nanobot menace, Darkheart. They call Watchtower for support, but the teleporters are out. It's up to the Classic 7 members to save the day. They arrive at Cadmus to find that Brainiac and Luthor have already absorbed the Darkheart, and a new being is made, a perfect fusion of the 2 supervillains, with the power to create. Luthorak summons android versions of the Justice Lords, the alt-dimension versions of the Justice League. Our heroes use the Lord's personal insecurities against them and beat the newcomers. Luthorak is too strong, though. He knocks the heroes out with energy beams. However, Flash can dodge them. He runs away, encircles the Earth, and enters Speed Force. He hits Luthorak's armor over and over and over again. Then he uses vibrating speed to tear his armor away once and for all. But this was too much for Flash, and he fades away into presumably another dimension. That's what happens when you mess with the space-time, bud. Luthor, weakened but still alive, brags that he killed him. Superman is not having this and almost goes Homelander mode, but backs down at the last second, proving that he's not going to act like his alternate dimension counterpart. John senses Flash telepathically and points to the direction of a portal in the Speed Force. Shaver goes to check it out. All 6 of the League form a chain and pull the Flash out of the dimension. The next day, Superman gives a speech to Metropolis, where he admits the League overstepped. He's disbanding the League and Watchtower, but he has one dissenter, Green Arrow. Arrow stresses how much the League is needed and the potential to do real good. He's sure come far from his resistant recruitment. The crowd goes wild. Superman agrees the Justice League will fight another day. This arc ends with Clark Kent at the Daily Planet with Lois Lane. For once, all seems right in the world. Now you might say, after all that epicness, how is there one more to this season? Well, episode 13, titled Epilogue, serves as an ending for not only the season, but also for Batman Beyond. Terry McGinnis breaks into Amanda Waller's home and demands answers. He tells her that months earlier, an elderly Bruce Wayne was dying and needed a new kidney. It turned out that Terry is the perfect match, so perfect that he could only be Bruce's biological son. Terry gets angry, thinking Bruce callously masterminded Terry's birth as a backup Bruce. Terry loses it on Bruce and wants to quit being Batman. The elderly Bruce drops his pills on the floor, and Terry leaves him to scrounge for them. In the present, Waller vouches for Bruce and tells a story about a crisis before he was born. Years earlier, Ace, a super powerful psychic, wreaked havoc with psychic powers that strained the fabric of reality. The Justice League defeated her, and Waller warned Batman that Ace might have a brain which would cause mass destruction. He was sent to kill her, but instead asked her about her troubled childhood. Batman comforted her as she died. Terry doesn't care that much. What a hater. Waller finally tells Terry the truth. She was behind Terry's genetic makeup. In the years following the Cadmus incident, Waller became close to Batman and wanted to devise a way to keep him working forever. Waller got the Project Cadmus team back together to perform Project Batman Beyond. They recovered Batman's DNA and implanted it into Terry McGinnis' father because his parents were close, physically, to Bruce twins. She also intended to commission Terry's dad's murder to give him the trauma that Batman needs, but the assassin backed out. Terry's dad ends up getting killed because, come on, it's Gotham City. It's bound to happen. Terry is still troubled, but Waller advises him to be his own person and leads with some parting advice to take care of the people who love him. Next, Terry goes back to Wayne Manor and calls his boo Dana. He's finally going to propose. Bruce asks where Terry was, and at first it seems tense. But Terry touchingly helps Bruce take his medicine, finally forgiving his surrogate father. Bruce then sends him off on a mission with Superman. Terry passes a police helicopter in the sky, embracing his destiny as Batman. The first episode of Season 3 starts with Lex Luthor escaping from prison. Boy, they couldn't keep him in there for long. He's broken up by a team of villains led by Gorilla Grodd. Luthor is taken to their headquarters, a secret base in a swamp. This is the Legion of Doom. Meanwhile, Superman, Shayra, and Aztec, who has a sick gold helmet, look into Luthor's escape. They meet with federal agent King Faraday, who is the current go-between with the government and the Justice League. Back at the Legion of Doom, Grodd explains that the villains are all independent but can rely on this item for a price. Luthor, with a taste of being godlike after his merger with Brainiac, doesn't want to join. Grodd reveals that he has a piece of Brainiac's armor. Luthor wants it, but Grodd will only give it to him if Luthor does a certain job. Luthor still isn't quite sure, but is convinced when Brainiac talks to him through the piece. Only Luthor can hear him. Over at the Metro Tower, the new Earthbound Justice League headquarters, Shayra and Flash are monitoring when Shayra figures out that Flash has a crush on Fire, a superhero who can, you guessed it, manipulate fire. She wants to tell Fire about his feelings when they get a call from Faraday. He tells them that an alarm was triggered on Black Hawk Island. Shayra, Flash, and Fire set out to investigate. Of course, Luthor is behind this. Him, Dr. Polaris, and the Key, two Legion members, are slowly navigating to get past the island's traps to their goal. On the flight with the Justice League, Fire is clearly into Flash, but he's too embarrassed to approach her. Come on, buddy. What's harder, saving the world or talking to a girl? Actually, I think talking to a girl is pretty hard. Their plane gets attacked by robot vultures. They destroy the bots, and with a little help from Chuck Serrani, the last surviving member of the Black Hawk World War II squadron. The team makes its way through the island, while Luthor attempts to break into the vault. The League takes out the island's defense along with Polaris and Key, but Luthor takes Chuck hostage, and then triggers the island's self-destruct option. The villains leave, while Shayra decides they should stay and disable the self-destruct mechanism. At the Legion of Doom hideout, Luthor's squad reveals they took the Spear of Longinus, which is rumored to make its holder invincible. Luthor wonders what Grodd wants to do with it.
I was thinking it would look good on the wall in my office.
Grodd says their mission was just an audition, and Luthor has to do another task before getting the Brainiac piece. Luthor agrees when the Brainiac talks to him again. In Episode 2, the Justice League finishes up a fight when a man named Carter Hall crosses the police line to talk to Shayra. He's an archaeologist that discovered an ancient Thanagarian blade, which he gives to her for analysis. She agrees to meet with him later. Hall leaves, but his shadow stays behind. That's That's pretty mysterious. At Metro Tower, Shayra and Batman test the blade. Later, Batman says he looked into Hall and the guy has a history of fabricating discoveries. He's also been stalking Shayra's battles. Batman and Green Lantern want someone to go with her to dinner with him, but Shayra, always headstrong, says she can handle it herself. The next day, Hall and Shayra visit the tomb where the blade was found. Little do they know, Batman is secretly on their trail. They go deep into the tomb where Hall reveals his costume and alter ego, Hawkman. He thinks he and Shayra were lovers in another life, based on data he got from a Thanagarian computer. This is getting creepy. And it's even weirder, someone unseen takes out Batman. Jeez, who sneaks up on Batman? Shayra tells Hawkman that the computer malfunctioned and gave him bad data. Shayra takes him to the machine, but they both get taken out by two shadows that merge into one. Later, Hawkman and Shayra find themselves captives of Shadow Thief. He wants to access more Thanagarian treasure, but can't open the area containing it without Hawkman. He threatens to kill Shayra, and Hawkman caves. Batman makes a move which causes Shadow Thief to bump the door open and arms the building's traps. Statues come to life. Hawkman and Batman team up to take them out. Meanwhile, Shayra frees herself to go after the Shadow Thief, but he can make himself untouchable because, he's a shadow of her. Shayra and Batman flood the tomb with light, causing Shadow Thief to break down. He turns into a tornado and disappears. They get out of there as the tomb caves in. Outside, Hawkman, who had to be dragged out by Shayra, is sad about his lost artifact. Batman says that John can help him figure out what memories are real and which ones are implanted. Instead, Hawkman flies off and says he'll wait for her. Keep dreaming, buddy. In episode 3, it's another Tuesday in Tokyo, which means a kaiju is rampaging through the streets. A team of Green Lantern, Stargirl, and Stripe headed off, with an assist from Supergirl. After the battle, Stargirl wants a claim, but the crowd fans out about Supergirl instead. The League flies back to Metro Tower over the Arctic. Stargirl talks Stripe about Supergirl when, out of nowhere, the ship is dragged into the ground. They're brought to a secret ecosystem lit by a red sun, which nullifies Supergirl's powers. Next, lizard creatures attack. Even a frickin' T-Rex shows up, but it's shot by someone who introduces himself as Travis Morgan, the warlord of Shambhala. The warlord takes them to his hideout, explaining that he was a stranded Air Force pilot who crashed and built a life here. But he ran into trouble when a wizard named D-Mouse began building an army using advanced tech. D-Mouse wants the Great Stone, an object of power hidden in a temple. Meanwhile, D-Mouse is pissed that the Justice League took out some of his men. He has help too, Silver Banshee and Metallo, a cyborg hitman from Superman, the animated series. Next, the warlord takes the League to the temple where they meet the local warrior. They check out the Great Stone, which is a huge piece of kryptonite. Supergirl collapses. One of Warlord's allies arrives with news that Deimos is attacking. There's a big battle outside with Deimos having more soldiers, but Lantern and Stripe are able to fend them off. Breaking through the mountain, Deimos and his men reach the temple, where Warlord and Stargirl try to...
Everpure. Data management, so simple, it feels like second nature.
Hey, this is cool. I can just walk in and get my eye exam done. We'll give you a notification and go to ready for pickup. Oh, that was easy. Ready for pickup. Got my new progressives. Dan nailed it.
You ever take a salty, buttery flavored Ritz cracker and just...
No.
It's party time. Oh, you never asked. Love fun everywhere, and the saltiness.
stop them. Deimos fights Warlord, but falls off a cliff, dying in the process. Loser. Next, Stargirl gets knocked out by Metallo, but Supergirl is able to critically injure him, even though his kryptonite battery hurts her bad. He corners her, but Stargirl arrives at the last moment to dispose of the kryptonite. After the battle, the League interrogates Metallo, but he shorts out before he can reveal who his backer is. Later, Lantern seals the portal to Warlord's world, while Supergirl flies off. Stargirl goes after her, and the two finally bond. Green Lantern tells Stripe that he wants John to access Metallo's mind to find out who was behind this. Episode 4 gets going when an ice mountain melts. villains, revealing a Viking ship. I'm sure that's going to be important, so keep it in mind. On the Watchtower, Diana gets ready to represent the Mascara at a climate change summit. Who is she? Al Gore? Anyway, she asks John to come and teases him about spending 2 years straight up in here in space. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom's headquarters, Grodd meets with other villains. Luther has given new inventions to make their Legion members stronger. Grodd briefs them on their mission. Go to the thawed Viking ship and retrieve the body of Prince John, a Viking who was granted the power of invulnerability, according to legend. Grodd wants it to engineer that ability for his crew. At the climate change summit, Wonder Woman gets annoyed by leaders' denial of global warming, and even suggests military action to make them comply. She steps outside and sees Faraday again. Before they can talk too much, though, they feel a rumble, and Wonder Woman springs into action. The villains launch their plan. Heatwave melts ice to free the ship. At the same time, Giganta, Devil Ray, a nautical-based villain, and Killer Frost, a psychopath with freezing powers, fight off local security. Wonder Woman tries to fend them off, but Devil Ray shoots her with a poison stinger. Faraday shows up with reinforcements, but it's not enough. Wonder Woman calls John for help. That old hermit doesn't want to leave still, but Wonder Woman insists she needs his powers. John and Green Arrow beam down, the League fights back, and John tries to read Giganta's mind, but it gets wiped, and John gets hit with a psychic backlash. He was able to see bits of their plan to take the ship. In that moment, a sub controlled by the Legion appears under the melted ice. It grabs the ship, which is still encased in ice, and it pulls out, causing an avalanche at the mountain. The League splits up, Green Arrow boards the sub, and Wonder Woman dives underwater to try to free the ship. John seizes Killer Frost and flies her to the top of the summit building, telling her to stop the avalanche with her powers, or else be buried along with him in it. Wonder Woman fights off the poison and chases Devil Ray underwater. She cracks his suit, forcing him to surface. Arrow fights on the sub, but eventually gets taken prisoner. Help comes from the U.S. Navy, which stops the sub. Next, Wonder Woman cures the poison with an antidote from Devil Ray's belt. The ship is safe, and the villains get arrested, and the Legion members are taken into custody. John and Wonder Woman discuss Giganta's mind wipe and say it's similar to when Metallo shorted out. The League knows there's a criminal conspiracy afoot. Wonder Woman gives Prince John a proper Viking burial, while the other John, Martian Manhunter, realizes he needs to stop being alone and get to understand humans. He takes on human features and disappears into a crowd. Next up is Episode 5. In a dive bar, 4 of Flash's old villains meet, including Mirror Master, Captain Cold, the Trickster, and Captain Boomerang, who is out on good behavior for his work in Task Force X. Central City has declared tomorrow Flash Appreciation Day and is opening a museum to honor him. The next day, Flash, as his civilian self, Wally West, works as a forensic scientist when he excuses himself to teleport up to the Watchtower. Once there, he not so subtly tries to get Batman to go to the museum opening. Orion is in the room and does not want to go, but he caves in when Batman gives him a death glare. Later, Flash is patrolling Central City when he hears a girl cry inside the disco. She turns out to be an illusion from Mirror Master. It turns into a trap that Flash smoothly disarms, with a little disco dancing first. Next, Flash gets the key to the city, but Boomerang attacks. Flash is picked up in a giant mechanical boomerang, but he rips out the circuitry to escape. Batman and Orion show up and tell Flash that someone is trying to kill him. You think? That's hardly breaking news. Flash says he's still gonna go to the ceremony. Back with the other villains, Trickster wants to prank Flash, but the others decide it's better to team up and take him out together. They head out, except for Trickster. Later, Batman, Orion, and Flash find Trickster and question him about the assassination attempts. Batman and Orion play tough guys, but Flash takes a different approach and tells Trickster he needs professional help. It works, and Trickster reveals that the others will attack Flash at the museum opening. At the opening, Batman and Orion observe from outside and talk. Orion reveals his true feelings about Flash. He thinks he's a fool. Batman insists that Orion doesn't understand the speedster's power. At the event, Flash signs autographs and sits for an interview with Linda Park, a reporter with a serious crush. She takes out her makeup mirror, for which Boomerang, Captain Cold, and Mirror Master pop out. The civilians run, leaving the trio of heroes and villains to face off. Linda falls through one of Mirror Master's mirrors into another dimension. Flash follows suit. There are so many mirrors out there, it's unclear which one will lead back to Earth. At the museum, Captain Cold freezes Orion, and Batman shoots a flare into the mirror, which marks an exit for the Flash. He and Linda come back, and they defeat Flash's villains together. Afterwards, Orion realizes that Flash is a formidable hero, and he only acts ridiculous to deal with the stress of being a superhero. That sure is deep for a kid's show. Episode 6 opens with Deadman. a creepy spirit forced to stay behind on Earth, going to a temple master for advice on how to enter the afterlife. Master says it's Deadman's destiny to get revenge. In that moment, Legion of Doom members attack the temple to steal the temple's heart, which contains the souls of thousands of monks. Deadman tries to stop them, but isn't strong enough. Devil Ray ends up killing the temple master. To slow him down, Deadman receives an exorcism from our old Project Cadmus friend, Tala. Next, Deadman goes to Watchtower to possess Superman and tells the others about his attack. Batman, one of the Master's old students, vouches for Deadman. Superman, still possessed by Deadman, feels the psychic presence of the heart, somewhere in Africa. It must be Grodd's home, Gorilla City. Batman, Wonder Woman, and possessed Superman head to the city. Deadman leaves Superman's body to pass through the city's shield. He possesses someone else to shut it down. Man, this is like a video game stealth level. Meanwhile, Grodd and Luthor put the heart into a force field generator, which makes a planet-sized energy field. Grodd reveals the plans to rewrite human DNA to make them all into apes. Are we sure he isn't just trying to remake Planet of the Apes? Anyway, he activates the device, and the Justice League turns into apes. Super Ape manages to destroy the heart, and they turn back to their normal selves. Next, Devil Ray goes to attack Wonder Woman, and Deadman possesses Batman. He makes Batman use Luthor's gun and shoots Devil Ray, who falls back and gets electrocuted. When Batman regains consciousness, he's devastated at these actions. Things get more complicated when the goddess Ramakrishna appears. Turns out Deadman upset the balance of life in the universe from his murder of Devil Ray. Deadman says Devil Ray needed to pay for the slaughtering of the monks. Ramakrishna takes him there to see that the monks are still alive. Since the heart was destroyed, their energies returned and brought the monks back to life. The Master tells Deadman he's gonna stay trapped in Earth forever. At the Legion of Doom's hideout, Luthor aims a gun at Grodd and says he's taking over, because Grodd is ineffective. He takes out Grodd with a non-lethal weapon and assumes control. The rest of the Legion is into it, especially Tala, who seems to have a crush on Luthor. I guess she's into bald guys. Episode 7 opens with a flashback to World War II, where Spy Smasher, a World War II-era spy, breaks into the Axis lab to steal some super soldier serum. Try saying that 5 times fast. In the present, General Ealing reads the case file on this incident. Next, he catches up with Waller, who's now pro-Justice League. Waller tells him it's time to move on. Back to the Watchtower, Mr. Terrific, still in John's old job, assigns Stripe, Stargirl, Vigilante, Shining Knight, and Green Arrow to participate in a Metropolis-based parade for public relations. Later at the float, the crowd wants Superman, but Vigilante warms him up by being a ham. Meanwhile, Ealing still thinks superheroes are dangerous. He sneaks out to the old Cadmus facility. He manages to knock out a guard and access the lab, where he takes the vintage super serum. He injects it into himself and transforms into a monster. He leaves and goes after Superman and attacks the parade. Stripe holds him off, but Ealing is strong as hell, and all the other heroes face off against him. It's no use. Green Arrow calls the Watchtower for backup, but the only ones around are B-listers. Crimson Avenger and Arrow's former partner, Speedy. They don't even have superpowers. Ealing knocks him out, leaving Shining Knight. Shining Knight tells Ealing that Superman is far away on an alien mission. Shining Knight appeals to Ealing's sense of honor. Ealing moves to kill Shining Knight, but the parade audience stands in the way and shames him. Ealing is taken aback and stops the attack. Shame affecting public officials? Now we know this is truly a cartoon, because that had never happened. In episode 8, Luthor can't seem to access Brainiac's data. He thinks Grodd must know something since he recovered the piece of Brainiac. He asks Grodd, but he won't talk. Luthor uses Grodd's mind control helmet to try and access his thoughts. Some of the Legion are uneasy about this, but Luthor says his plan will make them rich, which convinces most of them. Luthor then triggers the device. At the same time on the Watchtower, Dr. Fate tries to access Flash's mind to find a psychic trace of Grodd from when Grodd possessed him in the past. This causes Luthor and the Flash to switch bodies. What is this, Freaky Friday? Alright, which one of them is Lindsay Lohan? Luthor, in the body of Flash, immediately tries to escape using his new powers. Meanwhile, Flash has no idea what happened until he looks in the mirror. The other Legion members are immediately suspicious of Luthor. Even worse, Grodd knows what's up. It's time to gear up for another Legion mission. But luckily, Luthor told the others the plan earlier. They're going to steal a shipment of 100 million euros from an Eastern European country. Flash, now in Luthor's body, goes on the heist and secretly plans to sabotage it. The robbery is successful, and on the way back, the Legion receives a transmission from Luthor as Flash. That the Luthor on the mission is an imposter. Dr. Polaris tests Flash by asking a question only Luthor would know, his real name. Flash has no idea and rushes to send an SOS to the League. He's taken by the Legion, but the message gets through. Dr. Light, Steel, and Ice show up, forcing the Legion to leave the money they stole. They then take the Flash as a prisoner. Meanwhile, on the Watchtower, Luthor abuses Flash's powers. Mr. Terrific turns off the gravity, but that doesn't stop Luthor, who can still propel himself. Terrific turns the gravity back on, causing Luthor to fall and knock himself out. Next, Dr. Fate reverses the consciousness swapping, and Flash returns to his body. He tells them the Legion is hiding out in a swamp. Back at the Legion's headquarters, Luthor is held prisoner because much of the Legion doesn't know if he changed back. Polaris thinks he could even be John. Polaris picks up metal pieces to throw at Luthor, but Luthor presses a button on his belt that reverses the charge, causing the metal to imprison Polaris. It also releases Luthor, who reveals that when he gave the villains tech, he put a back door to override them. That's a pretty smart move. Episode 9 picks up with old Meta Brawl promoter Roulette. Meeting with Luthor, she said business is bad and she wants some Legion members to compete. Luthor needs money to keep funding his search to access Brainiac. Roulette gets the idea to team up Tala and Sonar for an all-female fight. They just need some heroes to compete. Huntress and Black Canary fight some street crime, but a common thug is somehow able to take out Canary easily. Later, Huntress begins to monitor Canary for any weird behavior. He tracks her to Bloodhaven. Huntress traces her to an underground meta brawl where Canary fights fire in an event advertised as Glam Slam. Canary wins. After the fight, Huntress confronts Canary instead of explaining. Canary attacks. The fight shatters Canary's Justice League transponder, causing her to hesitate in her attack. Both heroes are captured by Sonar, who's allied with Roulette. In their cells, Huntress and Canary deduce that Roulette is controlling minds using Grodd's mind control tech, with amplification courtesy of Sonar. When Roulette comes near the cell, Canary and Huntress confront Roulette. She tells them that they know too much and gotta die, so of course she's gonna put on a show. That night, it's time for the matches. Huntress and Canary versus Vixen and Shayra. They're able to snap each other out of mind control, but the final challenger enters the ring, Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman faces Vixen and Shayra, while Canary and Huntress escape the cage. They face Sonar and Roulette, who can actually kick some butt. Canary ultimately is victorious and disables the mind control. In the ring, Vixen and Shayra are getting thrashed, and Wonder Woman's mind control breaks just as she's about to kill them. Later, Roulette and Sonar get arrested. Canary thanks Huntress and says she'll try to get her back in the league, but Huntress doesn't want it. Before going their separate ways, they have one more friendly rematch. Episode 10 has Supergirl celebrating her 21st birthday. She spends it in training simulations, finding robots as Green Lantern, Green Arrow, and Superman observe. They're quite impressed, but Superman says she still needs to figure out her own identity outside of being his cousin. Arrow, Supergirl, and Green Lantern talk about her record time completing the training course when they're transported away in a flash. They awake 1,000 years in the future, taken by Brainiac 5 and Bouncing Boy, the last two members of the Legion of Superheroes. Everyone else has been captured by the Fatal Five, the current villain lineup. Brainiac 5 and Bouncing Boy knew from historical records that Justice League members would resurface here, so they activated the time machine to make that prediction come true. Supergirl does not want to trust
Some people just have very punchable faces.
With Chewy, never run out of tailored nutrition for seniors, puppies, and every age in between.
The Cane's Box Combo, a symphony of flavors.
Toast.com introduces Save Your Way. Choose how you save. Take instant savings now or bank as rewards for a future trip. Save Your Way. It's exactly what it sounds like, unlike headphones. Save Your Way, only at Hotels.com. Hotels.com, it's all in the name.
Old Spice gentlemen. Guess I've always been a gentleman.
DJ?
Son, what's going on in there?
related to Brainiac, but Brainiac 5 convinces her. They agree to help, but out of nowhere, Fatal 5 members, the Persuader and Emerald Empress, show up. The heroes are put under mind control by Empress, except for Brainiac 5. He frees Supergirl and brings Arrow back, but Green Lantern gets knocked out and taken. The villains manage to escape. Later, while planning next moves, Green Arrow noticed that Supergirl and Brainiac 5 are starting to seriously flirt. In private, Arrow questions him, and Brainiac 5 slowly admits that he's got the hots for Supergirl. Green Arrow decides to leave him alone, and Supergirl and Brainiac 5 trace Green Lantern's communicator. The Justice League jumps into Brainiac 5's ship, and they reach Capital Planet, the capital of a group of united planets, where a mind-controlled Green Lantern and legion of superheroes are about to attack. Supergirl decides to defend the planet, while Green Arrow and Brainiac 5 try to destroy the device controlling everyone's mind. Before they go, Brainiac 5 reveals Supergirl's fate. She will not return to her own time, and will likely be killed. She still volunteers to go because she is the only one strong enough to put up a fight. Next, Brainiac 5 rams his ship into Fatal 5. There's a battle, and Arrow takes out the mind control machine. On the planet, Supergirl is able to fight a lot of the heroes and holds her own, but Green Lantern finally takes her out with his ring. He grabs Supergirl and crushes her, but the mind control device turns off, and the real Lantern comes back. He's horrified to find Supergirl lifeless. Back at the Fatal 5 ship, Green Arrow and Brainiac 5 are about to get killed when they're saved by Supergirl. Oh, alive and well? After the battle, the Justice League members are made honorary legionaries. What's next? The Super Friends? Anyway, Supergirl surprisingly decides to stay behind while the others return to their time period. She's happy here, as the world is closer to her home planet of Argo. And she really likes Brainiac 5. Back on the Watchtower, Lantern and Arrow return. Lantern gives Superman a cube with a hologram of Supergirl saying goodbye to her cousin, and that she's met a boy. Superman is happy for her, but wishes he had told her more about how proud he was. Superman asks about the boy. Surely he's not related to your mortal enemy or anything. Episode 11 begins with Green Lantern going after the Gentleman Ghost. Ghost gets the drop on him, but Hawkman swoops in for the assist. Lantern, a little annoyed, fakes Hawkman, who asks Lantern to say hi to Shayra for him. Shadow Thief secretly observes his exchange. Back at Metro Tower, Shayra and Vixen playfully tease each other over the Lantern. Later, Lantern tells Shayra about her old stalker, Hawkman, but she doesn't seem too worried. The next day, Vixen is at a photo shoot when she sees Shadow Thief phase through her and Lantern's apartment's wall. Vixen and Lantern battle him, but she gets knocked out and Green Lantern gets taken hostage. Shadow Thief tells Vixen that Shayra is next. Later, Shayra and Vixen head to the Midway Museum to free Lantern, but Shadow Thief is just too strong. Hawkman arrives for backup, but he can't do anything. Shadow Thief ties them up all around the Absorbicorn, the same device that gave Hawkman the memories of Thanagarian's past. Shadow Thief forces them all to touch it, and a vision of the past begins. Qatar, the Thanagarian, of whom Hawkman thought he was the reincarnation of, and Shayara Hol, who he thought Shayra was, are high-ranking royals in ancient Egypt. They also happen to be a married couple. They strategize on next moves for the land, and Shayara really wants a baby. One of their soldiers, Bashari, returns from battle with horses as a tribute. Shayara and Bashari ride through the city and out into the desert, where they share a moment at an oasis and, scandalously, a kiss. But they were followed, and Qatar is told about this little romance. Shayara and Bashari come back from the desert and kiss in front of Qatar. Cucked! He says he wishes they were dead, and his assistant thinks he's being literal. Later, a maid comes out screaming from Shayara's room. Bashari and Shayara are dead from poisoned wine. Qatar makes everyone leave and drinks the wine himself. In the present, the Shadow Thief reveals his M.O. He is the manifestation of Hawkman's darkest desires and wants to coax Hawkman into killing Green Lantern. Instead, Hawkman flees Green Lantern. Hawkman plans to go after Vixen, but he shares a moment with Shayra. Damn. Seems like they still like each other. Green Lantern watches Vixen while Shayra and Hawkman fight Shadow Thief. Hawkman realizes the only way to beat the Shadow Thief is to absorb the shadow back into himself. He bids Shayra goodbye and admits that they weren't meant to be. He absorbs Shadow Thief and flies away. Back at the Metro Tower, Shayra finds Lantern staring out a window, deep in thought. Finally, he tells her about when he and Batman went to the future and met their son, Warhawk. He says if they're meant to be, it'll happen, but he needs to choose his own path and is staying with Vixen. The episode ends with Shayra visiting Batman and has a request.
Tell me about my son.
Interesting. We're back at the Legion of Doom in episode 12. At the Legion's hideout, Luthor fails again to bring back Brainiac. Tala tells him to move on, and he's like, no, you only know magic. But he still lets her try her method. It doesn't work, but the spell allows Luthor to see a vision of Brainiac's asteroid, his secret base. Luthor forces the other villains to work hard on upgrades to their hideout, and they start to resent him. Once construction is done, the Legion holds a meeting. Toyman asks what's going on, and and Luthor explains he's gonna recover pieces of Brainiac from space. Goldface thinks it's bad that Luthor will become more powerful, but Luthor says that they'll get to be in positions of power in his new order. Luthor reveals that they have modified the Legion hideout into a freaking spaceship. The hideout takes off. In Grodd's cell, he's visited by Tala, who realizes Luthor is too obsessed with his goal of gaining Brainiac's abilities and needs to be stopped. She frees Grodd, who rallies the Luthor haters. The Legion begins fighting each other with more Grodd supporters, but the Luthor gang is stronger. Bizarro nearly chokes out Grodd, but Rampage stops him. Tala tries magic to end Luthor, but he has an amulet to shield himself. The Luthor gang dominates. Luthor goes 1v1 against Grodd, but come on, when has a human ever been able to beat a gorilla? Luthor calls Grodd a mindless animal, which causes Grodd to use telepathy. Through his belt, Luthor presses a button and turns Grodd's powers against him, which allows Luthor to control the gorilla's mind. He makes Grodd walk into the airlock and ejects himself into space. It's cold. Killer Frost, who was Team Grodd, freezes the rest of her team to get favor with Luthor. Tala pleads to live, but Luthor says that she still has a part to play, so she gets knocked out. The ship arrives, and Luthor sends robots to get Brainiac's essence. Luthor will use Tala's magic powers to bring Brainiac back to life, and she will die in the process. She's currently strapped into a machine, and it's time to enact his plan when suddenly time is frozen. Metron, a time-traveling new god, appears and tells Luthor not to go through with this because it'll impact the whole universe. Luthor says, sorry, not sorry. Time goes back to normal, Toyman throws the switch, and Tala begins to scream. Next, a figure emerges from smoke. It's Darkseid, merged with Brainiac. Darkseid tells the villains as a reward for his revival, they'll all be granted a quick death. Yikes. He then goes on to destroy the base. On Apocalypse, Granny Goodness and Virum Vundabar are still fighting a civil war, but an explosion happens. Darkseid teleports to the battlefield in a terrifying epic moment. Both sides fall in line with him as their new leader. At the Metro Tower, Superman and the Justice League get some visitors. The Legion of Doom. Goosebumps. Episode 13, Destroyer, isn't only the finale of the Justice League Unlimited, but the entire Paul Dini Bruce Timm DC animated universe. The Legion of Doom, led by Luthor, tells the Justice League about Darkseid's return. However, he leaves out the part that he was the one who revived him. He also explains that after their base was destroyed, Sinestro and Star Sapphire shielded them. Lightray from the neighboring planet, New Genesis, investigated, and the Legion was able to steal his mother bombs, a high-tech alien supercomputer, to come back to Earth. The Justice League says that they're arresting the Legion, but before they can, Apocalypse forces appear and begin attacking. The Legion wants to fight alongside with the League, as they all share the same planet. Batman agrees, but Superman and Wonder Woman aren't too sure. On his part, Luthor just wants revenge for Darkseid merging with Brainiac, so they end up allying with each other. Mr. Terrific sends out an alert to the entire League to gear up for war. Superman, Batman, and Luthor face Darkseid on this ship, which is over the Daily Planet. Darkseid tells Superman that he's going to kill the entire world in front of him as torture before he kills the Man of Steel himself. Batman throws a batarang to break his grip on Superman. The battle rages, and Apocalypse's army drills deep into the earth to release the fires from the core. The League takes out some guys, but Shera is gravely wounded. Meanwhile, at the Great Wall of China, a man tells his wife to hide. He reveals himself to be John. He flies in to assist Wonder Woman, Star Sapphire, Vigilante, and Shining Knight to fight some parademons, the advanced forces of Darkseid's army. Back in Metropolis, Darkseid's team is absolutely wrecking the place. Metron shows, and Luthor demands that he assist. Metron takes Luthor to the Source Wall, a barrier that surrounds the entire multiverse. Beyond it is the only thing that can stop Darkseid. Luthor then flies through an opening in the wall. Back on Earth, Darkseid tries to kill Superman, but Batman keeps stopping him. He's impressed by Batman's skill and sets out to kill him next. Superman comes back just in time and knocks Darkseid through the wall. Superman then unleashes the full force of his power, which throws Darkseid through the skyscrapers. Superman ends up knocking his ass into a crater. Darkseid responds by trapping Superman in a force field called the Agony Matrix, which activates all pain receptors. Darkseid takes out a knife with a kryptonite blade to cut out Superman's heart, and in the nick of time, Luthor appears, with Darkseid's deepest item of desire, the anti-life equation, a formula to control the minds of all beings. Darkseid gets distracted and takes it, which frees Superman from the agony matrix. Darkseid and Luthor disappear in a blaze of light. Darkseid's disappearance causes the Apocalypse forces to leave the planet. After the battle, the Justice League speculates over exactly what happened. Now that they're gone, Wonder Woman says it's time for the Legion to go to jail. Atomic Skull says, what about helping save the Earth? Batman agrees, but only to give the Legion a 5-minute head start to get away. The Legion turns and takes off, though Giganta steals a quick kiss from the Flash. Don't pretend you didn't like that, Mr. Flash. Superman jokingly says that Batman is getting soft. Batman ribs him back. From Metro Tower, the whole league goes off after the Legion. Wow, what an epic finale to a show. Who did Darkseid better, this series or the Snyderverse? Let me know in the comments. Anyway, feel free to click on the video on the screen to watch another one of my videos. Please like, subscribe, comment, share, do all those other awesome things, and I'll see you next time. Peace out.
Allergies? If fast, powerful energy relief plus no brain fog due to drowsiness, discover Allegra. It's a no-brainer.
Time for an oil change, Philip. That last place took 3 hours. Little Henry remembers, right, Little Henry?
Silence your oil change anxiety at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, where we get you in and out in about 15 minutes.
Whether you've caught it on streaming recently, picked up the DVDs a few years back at the grocery store, or were there when it was originally airing and taped every episode like yours truly, chances are good that if you clicked on this video, you've spent a large portion of your life watching and rewatching Justice League Unlimited. The highly anticipated follow-up to the 2001 Justice League animated series, JLU hit the ground running with an expansive ensemble cast of DC Comics' top-shelf heroes and villains, and nemesis, and even introduced modern audiences to lighter hitters who became fan favorites through the show's outstanding writing and art direction. JLU's reputation precedes itself with how much it's stuck around in our hearts and in DC marketing in the near 2 decades since its conclusion in 2006. And yet, it was actually supposed to end even earlier than that. The second season of the show, or the first if you're going by how the box sets were released for some reason,
You can keep it all straight.
concluded with the infamously divisive, never-to-be-spoiled epilogue. This episode was intended to be the end of Justice League Unlimited, wrapping up everything from that season, all prior Justice League seasons, and even as far back as the tip of the top of Batman the Animated Series. Epilogue tied it all up in a nice little bow. And then Cartoon Network ordered 13 more JLU episodes. A year later, with the 2-part finale Alive and Destroyer, this show, and the DC animated universe at large, was finally officially concluded, and in style. But Bruce Timm and his creative cohorts are a lot like you and me. Huge nerds who can't help pushing up their glasses and cooking story after story for these super people they love so much.
I'm in no hurry to wind anything down. There are plenty of stories left to tell with these characters.
So, why didn't we get more Justice League Unlimited? And what would we have seen if a Season 4 did in fact grace our television screens? I tore open all the history books for this one. Remember that JLU episode where the Question has to hack into Cadmus's files, and it's just this very weird, basic-looking series of drop-down menus? Like, I both do and don't want to know what's inside the Meta War December folder. He really should have been using a much more sophisticated browser, like that which brought you today's video, Opera. Opera reimagines just what all is possible with a web browser. Like its sidebar menus for all your social media chats and music players. It's all just right there in a convenient little pocket. I also love the way I can keep my tabs extremely organized with tab islands. Whenever I'm working on a video, I've got like 40 tabs open for referencing my notes, researching, typing up the script, and so on. So using tab islands, I can group those sorts of things together and not lose track of whether I was fast-forwarding through a Batman episode or chatting with Dan Reba for the millionth time. You can also mark tabs with emojis to easily remind yourself what's in there and get it right in front of you when you need it. And on top of that, you can even swap workspaces to keep entire swarms of tabs separate from each other. A workspace for work, one for lunchtime TV show binging, for whatever. There's also a free VPN built right into Opera, so you don't have to go subscribe to another app. You just literally flip this on to browse the web privately and securely without anybody logging your activity. Same with the built-in ad blocker. No more third-party extensions clogging up your processor and your brain. And finally, we've got Opera's ARIA tool. which I've found very helpful for when I need to interpret images for video research. Sometimes I'll find a teeny tiny JPEG and be going, what the heck am I even looking at here? I just drop it into Aria and it's like, hey buddy, this is the cover of Batman Adventures #4. And I go, oh you're right, I'm stupid, thanks. Opera's browser really is pretty much exactly what middle school me wanted out of his computer. Everything in the same place, in a colorful layout, with an embedded music player. It just makes me feel good, man. So you could continue using whatever web browser you're using now.
Or something better.
I think Opera's smoother, safer browsing experience is the clear choice. Check out our download link in the description below to start using Opera today.
Finished.
To understand why we didn't get a JLU Season 4, we first have to contextualize why the show was canceled in the first place. According to some of the producers I spoke with for this video, JLU wasn't so much canceled as it was, let's say, running out of steam. After 52 episodes of Justice League and 39 of Unlimited, plus the countless hours of DC animation that led up to these series, the fan-coined Timverse had sort of run its course. Now, this isn't to say that had the show gone on and on through today, I wouldn't be consuming every second of it the moment a new episode dropped. I would be, trust me. But I understand the fatigue. JLU was extremely difficult to produce behind the scenes, and not in the way of studio execs dipping their slimy fingers into the soup too much. In fact, Cartoon Network was the easiest and most trusting of the networks the crew had worked with to date. No, when you have 60-plus superheroes to try and write stories for, scarce time and money, and a whole lot of creative cooks in the kitchen, you don't want to drag things on past their prime, lest your project succumb to the dreaded seasonal rot. Fans have argued over the years that the show perhaps even should have ended with Epilogue, and that Season 3 wasn't as strong as its predecessor's Cadmus arc. Plus, allegedly, Cartoon Network weighed the price tag of JLU against its other original content that wouldn't have to split profits with WB Animation, which, well, you don't have to be Derek Powers to make that kind of call. This is not to say that Ben 10 is the reason JLU stopped. I said allegedly. What I mean is that while I still love the final Legion of Doom season of JLU, it certainly does feel a bit tacked on. That season was, in the words of director Dan Reba, a gift. Extra time with these characters that the fates provided them. So they took the shackles off and just had fun with it. Still, series writer Matt Wayne has said that round about the time of producing the episode Dead Reckoning, they realized we only had 7 shows left. Per an interview with Sander Schwartz, then president of Warner Brothers Animation,
It's rare for an action-adventure show to get beyond 52 half hours. Justice League Unlimited lasted longer and for more episodes than most successful animated shows, and it's time to give it a bit of a rest.
when the season finale did air, it was clear this was indeed the series finale. Warner Brothers had also begun to move in a new direction with their home video department, launching the mouthful of a franchise, the DC Universe Animated Original Movies, or DCUAOM as no one calls it. Dooku Age of Mythology. Besides the initial few releases still being Tim-style enough to sort of ease the transition, these direct-to-video titles were inching away from JLU's world so as to not be bound by the DCAU's 14-year history. Bruce Timm wrote on the Toonzone message boards,
Zero interest from the folks at Home Video in revisiting the old continuity. They've invested several $1 million in establishing the new DCU DVD line as its own thing.
There isn't a compelling reason to do new shows.
More like Justice League Limited, am I right?
Ha ha!
JLU was dead in the water.
One thing you must remember, one thing that follows most wondrous.
And although the crew felt it was pretty pointless to figure out a game plan for another season that was very unlikely to be picked up by the network, discussions were nevertheless being had about what we could have seen unfold for the DCAU as
The adventure continues.
I want more. And I know I shouldn't.
When I spoke with producer James Tucker on the subject, he told me,
those discussions were done around the big wave of the last season, but by the time JLU was winding down, we pretty much knew there wasn't another season coming. By the end of production of JLU, I was already being pulled away to start development on the Legion of Superheroes show. So BT or Dwayne had any further discussion beyond what we briefly talked about earlier this season, I wasn't privy to them. The conversation about it was probably no more than a 10-minute what-if kind of thing, as I recall.
and yet, Boy howdy, across the vast cosmos we call the World Wide Web, I have gathered many more than 10 minutes of delightful possibilities. And you're going to want to hear about them. Now, tons of DCAU content has made its way into our lives in the time since JLU went off the air. A movie here or there, countless young adult novels, and of course, Exhibit Comic Bookus Resurrectus. But the majority of this stuff wouldn't have even been a twinkle in anybody's emerald eye back in 2006, and therefore cannot be taken into consideration for what the Super Fresh W boys would have done 18 years ago had another Justice League season landed in their laps. Now, what I would like to do is essentially approach this topic the way Paul Dini and Alan Burnett approached creating Batman The Adventures Continue, in that they basically pretended like it was more of the original show had destiny not pointed them towards something else instead. Were we to rewind time to the swinging summer of 2006 and magically greenlight Justice League Unlimited Season 4, what would that look like? This is a world without any knowledge of the future, and where JLU kept going in place of Legion of Superheroes, Batman the Brave and the Bold, and so on. I'm sorry, James Tucker, I'm not trying to erase all your work from history. This is just a thought experiment, I promise. It's a varying timeline, and we're just going to roll with it. An easy first move would be to take a look at JL and JLU episodes that were conceptualized and pitched, but never got made, like The Fall Guy by Joe Kerr. No, not that guy, this guy. He wrote Paradise Lost and Eclipsed, which involved the Archangel Zariel falling in love with Cheetah and having to decide between destroying Earth and gaining access back into heaven, or, not doing that. Cheetah sacrifices her own life to save a child from falling debris, which sets Zariel on a path of righteousness where he teams up with the Justice League against Lucifer's successor, Asmodel. There was also Misfortune Cookies by the great J.M. DeMatteis, featuring John Jones's comic book-based addiction to Oreos, or Chacos in universe, a story DeMatteis described as the JLU equivalent of Star Trek's The Trouble with Tribbles.
It'll go right to your thighs. My thighs? And then you blow up.
And, lest we forget, per Bruce Timm,
for a split second we considered putting the JL against the All-O squad, Amazo, Despero, Starro, Chemo, and Bizarro, but decided that was too hokey even for us.
Well, while those are all pretty fun, and I would have loved to see them, none of them are confirmed Season 4 stories. No, the most obvious place we can find evidence of quote-unquote leftover ideas for JLU is, well, JLU. No, not the show, the comic. The comic called the same thing as the show. Don't you love it when that happens? Of the 46 total issues of Justice League Unlimited, the comic, over half of them came out after the cartoon had already ended. And sure, some of these stories borrowed elements from the show's continuity, like this one that took place in Gorilla City and referred to Grodd having returned from space. Real sauce came when a fellow who worked on the cartoon added his voice to the crowd. In an interview with the World's Finest fan site in 2007, Matt Wayne, who wrote roughly half of Unlimited Season 3, revealed that there were a handful of stories he wanted to tell in the cartoon that didn't make it in time, and he'd instead pitched them to the editors of the tie-in comic.
We'll see how the chips fall.
And, well, at least 3 of them landed right side up. That's how poker works, right? I don't know, I've never played it. I suck. Issues 37, 38, and 46 of the JLU comic were all written by Wayne. Matt, not Bruce. We'll come back to number 37 in a sec, but 38 picked up right where the cartoon left off, with Giganta out on a rampage looking to get the attention of the Flash. She blatantly calls back to the hero-villain team-up events of the JLU series finale, where we got this fun little moment between the two characters. Now we get a love triangle of Flash, Giganta, and typical love interest Linda Park, which of course ends in disaster. Number 46 was the final issue of this comic run and was a Green Lantern Corps story that took John Stewart to the GLHQ on the planet Oa, where solar flares from the antimatter universe have come a-knockin' on their door, and it's up to John, Kilowog, and a team of new recruits to hop universes and defeat Sinestro before he implodes the galaxy. And their rings are weak to yellow? Ah, jeez. Now, I saved number 37 for last because its implications are fascinating. This story features the ghostly DC antihero, the Spectre, who attacks Belle Reve Prison and easily takes down Justice League heavyweights, unchained from his human host, Jim Corrigan. Corrigan arrives on the Watchtower, revealed to be possessed by Deadman, who seeks the help of Batman and Hawkgirl in taking down and re-imprisoning the Spectre. After a horrifically traumatizing run-in with the goddess Ramakrishna, wherein we get a rerun of the Wayne, Thomas and Martha, not Matt, murders, as seen in For the Man Who Has Everything, the heroes learn the key to taking down the Spectre, and the day is saved. But here's the crazy part. besides half the stuff that just came out of my mouth. In the end, it's revealed that the one who let Spectre loose in the first place and who magically kept Dr. Fate from helping out was none other than the witch Tala, who you may recall seemingly died in the JLU cartoon's finale. Matt Wayne even hinted that he and Dwayne McDuffie both held in heart canon that Tala had a hand in the Darkseid Brainiac switcheroo as a means to screw over Lex Luthor.
Dwayne McDuffie and I did speculate that Tala wasn't as dead as she appeared to be in Alive, and the big arc I'd planned for the comic would have revealed Tala as the big bad. She was such a wild character that it's easy to forget that she's the queen of evil with motive, means, and opportunity. But Bruce Timm and James Tucker certainly never weighed in on that, which isn't to say we don't all have more stories to tell.
So while this Tala-centric arc may not have been where the animated series would have headed per se, there were indeed story arcs for a theoretical season 4 that were pretty damn solidified between the series writing staff. After the airing of Destroyer, McDuffie spoke of the team hot potatoing around
a few different approaches. They couldn't shake me off of Justice League Unlimited with explosives. James Tucker had a pretty strong idea where he wanted to go to if we continued, and I planted the seeds of his proposed season in Alive.
Seeds planted in Alive. Could he be talking about Tala cheating death? Or perhaps something with Brainiac's actual resurrection? After all, the cyber dude is alive in DCAU canon as far as 1,000 years from now, whenever now is. Or maybe it had something to do with outer space. In that penultimate, second to last episode, a huge upset to the status quo was the Legion of Doom's Darth Vader Swamphead becoming space-worthy. So if any seed were to be planted here, the idea of getting normally Earth-based characters off the planet just might be it. And lo and behold, in 2021, James Tucker finally confirmed our suspicions.
It's time to dream.
The winner of last video's giveaway is this person. Congratulations! Check your original comment for a reply from us with more info. Do you want to win some cool DC stuff? All you gotta do is leave a comment below answering our question of the day from the end of this video. Then come back next video to see if you won. Also, there's a new shirt in our store based on the TVA from Loki, but it's WTV and it's got reverse flash and alternate DCAU timelines, and do you get the joke? Please buy the shirt. Okay, now here's James Tucker spilling the deets.
I remembered that one of the thoughts we had about continuing the show before we were discontinued was to send the Justice League out into space on a quest and explore.
When jabbed by my incessant Batman-shaped cattle prod, he elaborated,
it will be a smaller group of Leaguers, maybe the Core 7, on some intergalactic quest or responding to a call for help in another galaxy, and that they would then encounter DC's more space-specific heroes, like Adam Strange.
But why are they in space? There's no reason for them to be in space.
On the contrary, my dear Fatson, there's every reason for them to be in space.
Adam Strange had previously appeared in a couple issues of the Justice League Adventures comic, so his presence on the show would have fit rather nicely. And of course, he was a League-adjacent DC character who had never appeared in animation at that point, one who fans often asked about on the discussion boards. So hearing they may have headed Strange's direction, if given the time, is very exciting. Maybe they could even somehow wrap up his Zeta beams with the Zeta Project. I don't know, let a man dream. Funny enough, Bruce Timm had also spoken about the unproduced Season 4 in Toy Fair magazine a few years prior, where he noted Destroyer to be a worthy series finale, despite a few Hawk-centric loose ends still hanging around. He spoke to what he's harped on countless times, that he and his team always did their best to end every season like it would be their last, and since they knew JLU's lifespan was likely to cut off,
Too many bad donuts.
they had only invested a few quick conversations toward the future. Similar to Tucker's ideas, Timm regaled,
we had talked just briefly about doing 13 more episodes. We had an idea of doing something that would be a season-long journey through time. It would give us a chance to revisit a bunch of DC heroes from different periods. We'd go to the far future and see the Atomic Knights. We'd have an adventure with Enemy Ace during World War I, or do something again in the Old West.
If you've been a sci-fi fan for literally any length of time, it's not tough to imagine the concepts of space travel and time travel overlapping. Hell, Captain Kirk did it by accident every other episode.
17 separate temporal violations, the biggest file on record.
Man was a menace. So in a sense, if we're still pretending we're plopped back in 2006, then a continuation of Justice League Unlimited truly would have been ahead of its time. As the current state of superhero films evolves in our modern era, the concept of the multiverse is everywhere. Say what you will about whether or not it's getting old and tedious, or if it's still working for you today, but a whole 13 episodes 20 years ago of the DCAU Justice League popping in and out of various timelines and galaxies and alternate realities, sign me up now. Give me Gargoyle Season 2 in Bruce Timm Batman form. Take my money, Futurama gift goes here. Oh wait, what's this last little bit? There was also talk of possibly doing a whole season taking place in the Batman Beyond universe. Yeah, baby! Do this now even. I don't care. Set it after the epilogue time period. Put Bruce Wayne in the dirt. Let Will Friedle headline another season of Batman Beyond, please. It's extremely easy to geek the hell out about these potential season descriptions. To me, it would mean the show would have ramped up even more than I'd thought possible as an overly devoted 15-year-old. Now, as an overly devoted 33-year-old, I'd be lying if I said I wouldn't want just one more season. And sending the heroes off to boldly go where no Justice League has gone before, look, it sounds cool as fuck. With all these time and space shenanigans in play, JLU Season 4 would be the perfect opportunity to bring in DC concepts and characters that the showrunners always wanted to showcase but never got the chance to. History is littered with unused Bruce Timm character designs for the world of the Justice League. That scrapped Old Man Wayne design for Batman Beyond wound up getting repurposed. Why not Vixen with long hair, or Seattle-ready Green Arrow, or even that girl cyborg from the pilot animation? There's always our pal the Spectre, who's been point of interest name-dropped by McDuffie and Tim several times over the years, or the Phantom Stranger, whose rights were unavailable to them at the time but eventually made his way into Tim's art style in a 2020 short. And while others like Firestorm, Black Lightning, and Blue Beetle were always highly requested of the JLU team when the show was airing, said team has never been shy about expressing their gratitude for what they were able to do.
It's DC's playground, we just get to play there. Almost every single time they've said no to our requests, we've managed to find a creative way around it, and more often than not, it's turned out for the better. Bottom line, DC has been very, very good to us overall. They've given us a lot of leeway to mess around with their characters, whole armies of their characters. So if there were a few characters that we would have liked to use but couldn't, I'm not losing any sleep over it.
Matt Wayne just wanted to write more Superman and Wonder Woman. McDuffie alluded to Plastic Man actually making it to the screen instead of just getting a random mention, but by and large, Tim or McDuffie or whoever had the luck of the draw to interact with overzealous fans back in the day, sorry not sorry, would shoot down or otherwise gently dismiss requests for characters.
Wait, where's 919?
Like Batman's partners or more milestone heroes past Static, or especially Hal Jordan. You people pestered poor Bruce Timm for Hal Jordan so much, he made this hilarious forum post.
Stop the presses! We've decided that the supersized JL concept just wasn't working. I mean, really, what were we thinking? And have decided to pare it down. To this end, we've scrapped the existing Season 3 and 4 JLU shows, and the new list of JLU's Season 3 guest stars is as follows. 1. Hal Jordan. 2. Hal Jordan. 3. Hal Jordan. 4. Hal Jordan. 5. Hal Jordan. 6. Hal Jordan. 7. Hal Jordan. 8. Hal Jordan. 9. Hal Jordan. 10. Hal Jordan. 11. Hal Jordan. 12. Hal Jordan. And just for variety, 13. Hal Jordan. We haven't decided yet who's going to appear in Season 4, but we're thinking Hal Jordan might make an appearance.
And you know what? Yeah, about that. See, among all the scrapped JLU episode ideas, one seemed to hang on longer than any. If you've seen our Barry Allen video, then you may recall this little convo between the DCAU Brain Trust in a DVD special feature.
What if we brought in the real Hawkman?
Well, you remember what happened. Initially, we were going to do a story with the original 7 from the comics that we had never done. And
with Hal Jordan and Barry Allen and everything.
When a fan posted to Dwayne McDuffie's old boards asking if there was more to spill about this, Dwayne responded that the crew's original idea was to do an entire episode from the perspective of this original 7 Justice League.
As if they had always been the JLA.
Past Barry, Hal, and Hawkman, this would presumably include the lineup of Martian Manhunter, Aquaman, and since there's only 2 spots left, your guess is as good as mine who we'd see of the Trinity or even other folks entirely. But we would spend the entire episode with this version of the League, like nothing was wrong, as they battle a multiverse-related threat. And in the end, it would be revealed that one of the worlds they saved was, quote, our Justice League. But it didn't stop there. The episode would even have gone as far as to change the opening title sequence to feature these versions of the characters in place of the expected DCAU founding members. And according to McDuffie,
We were talking about it as early as season 2 of Justice League. Maybe before.
can you imagine CGI Aquaman and Hal Jordan Gumbying around in there?
Oh, that's right. You don't have to imagine.
This was a concept, I'm told, that was even being considered for A Better World, the Justice Lords episode, but it was deemed too expensive. Can we say Star Trek Enterprise stole this idea? I'm going to say Star Trek Enterprise stole this idea. So with all that gobbledygook in the mixing bowl, can we paint a decently clear picture of what Justice League Unlimited Season 4 might have looked like cohesively? As far as I can educatedly wish, we would have gotten another season-long story arc. The League would pick up on a distress call of some kind coming from the depths of space. Heading off to investigate, they'd find themselves bouncing between a variety of strange and fantastical planets and realities.
And you people, you're all astronauts.
Man, I've never seen anybody drift on a mower before. Right into your wife's new planner. And she's about to host book club. We're okay. We got some JB Weld. This clear weld is fast, easy to use, and it's an epoxy, so it's the real deal. Stronger than any glue. Plus, it dries clear. Looks like we dodged one. Way to be your strongest self.
JB Weld, full service on.
I'm Bertho Assessor Damian Lara. Your notice of value should arrive any day now. Is all the information correct? Is your property assessed accurately? Know your value. Have questions or want to protest? Visit bertho.gov/assessor. We'll be happy to help.
Some kind of Star Trek.
All the while, wibbly-wobbly wormhole type stuff would absolutely not be off the table, sending the League back and forth in time. Ideally, I could see the main antagonist of such a season being a DC villain that's both a major cosmic force and who we haven't seen yet, like Imperiex, Mageddon, or even the Anti-Monitor. Hey, remember, this is an alternate timeline where we may be butterfly affecting the Camus and Tomorrowverse movies out of existence. Don't you dare comment saying that's a good thing. Those are good movies most of the time. Perhaps this mysterious menace is who, in fact, sent the distress signal to begin with. Hell, toss in a trip to the source wall again, if only so we can get some similar beats from the Justice League comic a few years ago that featured a very similar roster to the cartoon. And in the climax of this season, we may see these temporal shenanigans result in a season 5 even, set entirely among the cast of the Batman Beyond era Justice League Unlimited. The team, not the show nor the comic. You understand.
It's a masterpiece, James. Complete, comprehensive.
Look, it's all speculation. But one thing we know for sure wouldn't have found its way into another JLU season, the flashback sequence from Batman Beyond Return of the Joker. Among all of these super interesting and compelling story ideas floating around, Dwayne McDuffie made it very clear that he and others considered Tim Drake's capture and torture at the hands of the Joker to be an event that simply cannot be reached, in a manner of speaking.
It hasn't happened yet. I'd be surprised if our president ever caught up with Return of the Joker.
Matter of fact, depending on who you ask, that event is only part of a possible history anyway. It may never happen.
I prefer to look on the future as something which is not written in stone.
To me, it does happen, and you can be sad for me if you want, but I always think it adds resonance to a hero's mission to have some defining element of tragedy in his background, don't you? So while sliding timelines versus Timmy's hype just keeps getting more and more ridiculous, we very likely wouldn't have seen these events unfold from any other perspective than we have already. Though, wouldn't it be kind of funny for Batman to finally come home after 13 episodes of fighting aliens and Bigfoot during the Revolutionary War, and somebody has to be like, yeah, so while you were gone, your kid got hit over the head with a comically large hammer, and we don't know where he is. Ice Mocha? The last time we saw Joker, he'd been mind-melted by Ace of the Royal Flush Gang, left in a drooling catatonic state. And Dwayne did go on to say he expected Joker would get out of that somehow and go on to do Bat-Toll with Batman many more times before that fateful flashback. So maybe Joker would have appeared in Season 4, barring bat embargoes, of course. Perhaps Ace's death in that episode we don't talk about for other reasons would have jolted Joker out of his coma to wreak hysterical havoc once again. Or he was just faking it.
Because I'm already crazy.
Despite another season of JLU never coming to fruition, it's truly thrilling to think about the repercussions its existence could have had on its own and our universe going forward. On a meta level, would we have gotten stuff like Justice League vs. the Fatal 5 or the Earth 12 Beyond comics, at least in the same form, if one or both of those eras of the DCAU had already received significantly more spotlight? Would we have wound up seeing more of DCAU Aquaman, considering that Smallville spin-off that tied up his rights never actually happened? Within the canon itself, if time travel is on the table, does this mean we might have seen Supergirl one more time? If we're headed to other planets, would the League run across Amazo again? You know, since he was just like, I don't know how to fight this zombie, so I'm gonna leave forever now. Dangling plot threads could have wrapped up like the fate of Apocalypse, the Hawk Lantern Love Pentagon, or whatever happened to Lex and Darkseid after their super secret handshake. While we have gotten answers to some of these things eventually in either recent comic books or shaky half sentences from producers, psst, the bald baddies got fused into the source wall. It's just not the same as seeing these things in motion, on TV, with voice actors, with a musical score, with that sick title sequence, and very likely, as heartbreaking as it is, we never will. In a world without our Batman, and with an ever-changing corporate landscape, both creatively and monetarily, is a #jail reunion even a real possibility? I'm not trying to be all pessimistic here, believe me, there are ways I think it could be done. Give us that JLU comic about the near apocalypse of '09. That thing was sick, where is that? Keep renewing Batman The Adventures Continue with extra guest stars until Ty Templeton's hand falls off. To animate it, but just toss us straight into that Batman Beyond time period and bring in the present day League somehow. Have them all team up to reunite Zeta and Dr. Selleck. It's perfect, it literally wraps up everything.
Good old Kappa Zeta Jones.
The folks behind the show clearly had more tales to tell, and the DC Universe is such a vast playing field that the possibilities truly are unlimited. I'd give anything to hear Susan, Michael, Phil, George, Maria, and Carl one last time. Come on, WB. You know you'll rake in a bajillion dollars. We can make it in time for the 20-year anniversary of the JLU finale if we hurry. Truth be told, we'll never actually rewind time and get more of the Justice League Unlimited we loved exactly the same as we left it, especially missing those we've lost along the way. But we never know what the future will hold for the DC animated universe, DC animation as a whole, or just plain superhero media in general. And it's always worth aspiring to meet the optimism and heart of our dear departed Dwayne McDuffie.
Everyone who works on these shows is always looking to top what we've done before. But Bruce Timm is a guy who likes to reinvent the show, challenge our expectations pretty much every week. The spirit of creative experimentation, the willingness to push at boundaries of what's considered possible in an adventure series, is what keeps taking the franchise to unexpected and often delightful places.
I'll drink to that.
My question of the day is a simple one. What would you have liked to see in another season of JLU? More Wonderbat? Grodd coming back? Maybe Hal Jordan? Or Hal Jordan? Or Hal Jordan? Let us know in the comments. Thank you again to Opera for sponsoring this video, and a huge thank you to all the folks you see listed here who support us on Patreon. Help us get to 200 of you, and we'll analyze whether or not Teen Titans and The Batman are in the same universe.
It's gonna be big.
Welcome. Sometimes I feel like throw my hands up in the air. I know I can count on you. We got it.
No.